Do not let people unqualify you after God has already qualified you. People will try to unqualify who you are, who you're becoming, right, in Christ, due to envy, jealousy, grudges, hard hearts, and always seeing that old version of you, right? They will try to unqualify you after God has already qualified you and elevated you, or is elevating you. He's already doing the work. They will try to reverse it if they can, right? And the only way that this can happen is if you allow it, right? Because you only, the devil only has as much access as you allow. So don't let these people do this to you, right? It's happening to me. I'm going through extreme warfare because of what this channel's doing, the truth I'm speaking, the souls I'm reaching. You know, the kingdom of darkness is not happy. These witches out here aren't happy. My envious, jealous haters aren't happy. And yours aren't going to be either. The more that you step into wanting God's will in your life, step into the narrow path. Step into God's ways instead of the world's ways. Denying yourself, reading, fasting, praying, celibacy, no fap, cutting ties with old things, old habits, sitting, going within. The list goes on and on, right? People will try to unqualify you based on a decision you may have made, based on a failure, a mistake, a flaw, a mishap, whatever the case may be. People will try to unqualify you, especially when they see that God actually did call you and you're chosen. God has now qualified you for this position, whatever that looks like for you, right? Don't let people do this, man. A lot of people can't stand the fact that God chose you, right? And the funniest part about it is, not only did he choose you, but they don't understand that they could have been chosen themselves, right? But they didn't want to put that work in. So now they're upset at ultimately them, right? They're upset at themselves, but they're projecting it onto you. They can't stand the fact that God chose you and you picked up that call. Many are called, few were chosen. The same ones that were called right alongside with you will begin to hate on you when they see that you are continuously seeking out that narrow road, no matter what's been done to you, no matter the sabotage, right? The heartbreak, the manipulation, you know, the spiritual warfare. No matter what, you still have that resilient spirit. That resiliency that's been placed in you, chosen one, by the Most High God. Oh, I'm telling you right now, these people, your enemies out here, they cannot stand that you're not laying your faith aside. They can't stand that you are still continuing to do the Most High's will in your life instead of your own will, right? The same ones who were called right alongside with you that didn't want to pick up are going to begin to project onto you, because like I said, ultimately they're angry at themselves. They don't want to put the work in. Like I've heard many times in the past, and I live by it now, and it's just the truth. You cannot obtain righteous blessings without righteous works. It's just a fact. People want the righteous blessings and want to live unrighteously. It's not how this works. Okay? The only reason my channel has done what it's doing right now, the only reason I've obtained the knowledge
Today is the day. You know, today is the day that you feel me? That I fought back. You know, against this, you feel me? Because I was just spiritual. You know, easy. Now I'm better. Now I'm cooling. On to the next thing. You feel me? You know, if I need to at the end of the day, I feel like I just need to read the Bible and I'll be fine. You know, today as far as that. And then, you feel me? I got a plan, but I'm just gonna, you feel me? I feel like I should just this plan come through. You know, because I feel like that's where this will be at. just not even funny how like I gotta like watch out, for these people, man. It's weird, It's just like it's annoying, I'm praying, you feel me? That's the only way I get through that. You feel me? Not for them, but for me. Not for them, but for me, bro. Because you feel me? Like I'm like sick of it, I'm fucking sick of the childish ass behavior. And it's like, this is what you wanted, bro. You feel me? Like, type shit. I'm like, man, you wanted this so bad. Don't start fucking running when you get what you want, buddy. Brohemoth? It's okay. I'm gonna figure it out today, I'm like, yeah, I gotta set this up. I'm gonna aim for it. Brohemoth. And where are those toothbrushes? We got more. Where are they?
knowledge I have, the deliverance I've had, the mercy, the grace, the favor, the understanding, all of these things is due to the Most High God and me seeking him out diligently in my, secret place. Am I perfect? Heck no. Do I fail? Yes. We all do. But at the end of the day, I always pick my cross back up. I always am seeking out the Most High's will for my life, and you are doing the same as a chosen, as somebody who's being called, right? Now, another thing about this journey, chosen one, that gets you people just really don't like you because of the fact that you speak about the unspeakable things in this life. You are not a person, chosen one, who's going to go about life and not speak the truth. It's not in you. You don't know how. These people know this about you, right? So you are the person that's always spoke volumes. I don't care where it's at, in your friend group, to your family members, around your church even. You are somebody that has the spirit of truth within you. So you can't help but to call things out for what it is and speak the truth, the real word of God, not the watered down version, right? You speak against things that are being promoted in this world. You're going against the grain. You're going against the flow. You're not going with the flow. And when this happens in your life, when you begin to walk in that more and more, you're going to notice the pressure that gets placed on you by the kingdom of darkness and by others who are envious of you. A lot of people are envious because you're doing the one thing that they want to do, but they fear. I've noticed this. A lot of the haters I've obtained, right, and you're going to obtain, are people who actually admire you and they respect you in a way because you are doing what they wish or want to do, but they can't overcome that fear. So it kind of becomes a love-hate relationship, right? They admire you, but at the same time, they kind of want to see you fail. And at the same time, they don't. And at the same time, they're secretly competing with you. It's a really weird. They admire you, but at the same time, they kind of want to see you fail. And at the same time, they don't. And at the same time, they're secretly competing with you. It's a really weird feeling to experience. But as time goes on, as you continue to walk in, God's will and ways for your life, you're gonna notice this, man. Your own brothers and sisters, the people who are in the church, the ones who are in the truth, the ones who are scared to speak on certain things, the ones that keep hush on certain things, right? Narcissism, narcissistic abuse, spiritual warfare, identifying spiritual wickedness in churches, right? Speaking against agendas, knowing certain things that you know as the chosen, and you're not afraid to speak on these topics. You're not going to let anything intimidate you. It's not in you. You have the spirit of truth in you. You don't know how, right? And this is going to get you, to a point and place in your life where society is going to absolutely put pressure on you so they can intimidate you, right? All these stalkers and these monitoring spirits and the people around you, a lot of what they're doing is to intimidate, right? To get you to shut up and bow down and be like us. We know the truth, but we don't talk about that, right? You as the chosen one, man, you're not built like that. Like I said, you have the Holy Spirit within you, the spirit of truth, right? So you're going to speak on all things, right? Stuff that is, like I said, unspeakable. We don't talk about that, right? Because people are afraid. People are scared to, get persecuted for the truth. A lot of us can be, right? And this is what the enemy does. This is how the enemy works within society, within, different variations of life. He always uses intimidation by numbers. This is why you feel outnumbered a lot, outcasted, all this stuff, because this is what they do when they know you as the chosen one have answered your call. You're qualified now, and you're not afraid to speak the truth. You don't care what comes with it. People admire that about you, but they also hate it because they want what you have, but they're not willing to do what you do for the Most High God, right? So a lot of the times, you're going to experience this as you're, elevating in God, as you're elevating in every area of life. You're going to notice people are going to begin to gaslight and project onto you, okay? This was early on in my walk. But they gaslight and project onto you so they can get you to fight within yourself, okay? A lot of narcissistic people, they like to watch someone else battle within themselves, battle with that intuition, battle with that knowing, that understanding, right? However you want to say it, battle with the Holy Spirit, battle with God. God can be telling you to do this, and somebody else can be telling you to do it this way. And it's going to cause that stirring to happen within you. And they know that you're going to be fighting and going back and forth. You know, whether they know it or not, there's a demon operating within them causing this to happen to you. Gaslighting you, you know, narcissistic abuse. Like I said, if you don't know about it, research it. You know, people lying to your face, cheating on you, doing all this stuff. And you know within your spirit, because nobody can get away with nothing around the chosen one. That's another thing I'm going to speak on. That's why a lot of people don't like you, chosen one. A lot of people can't stand to be in your presence. They'll avoid you a lot of the times, right? A lot of people can't stand to be in your presence. They'll avoid you a lot of the times, right? Because they know they can't get over on you, and they know that they can't wear that mask. It's going to be exposed just due to the simple fact that you have the Most High God's presence around you, within you, and on you, and he ministers to you in different various ways through your spiritual gifts. People don't like this about you, chosen one. Right? So they're going to begin to try to gaslight, project, and manipulate to get you to fight within self, right? If they can't, you know, play with you, you know, get over on you. They're going to try to get you to fight that purpose, that call on your life that God has placed within you. This is what the enemy does. Uses fear, intimidation, lies, slander, mentioning your past, using people around you to do these things to get you outside of the Most High's will for your life. They don't want you stepping into purpose and power, man. A lot of people just want you to go with the Joneses out here and fit in. People see anybody who strives for greatness, who strives for more in life, as a problem, because it's the same thing I've always reiterated. It's the crab in the bucket. Everybody just says, just chill out and just stay in the bucket, and what are you doing if you're trying to get out? You know? And this is just facts. Your uniqueness, okay? Because you have a uniqueness about you, chosen one. It's something that people just can't put their thumb on. They can't. You walk in a room and the Most High's presence is on you, and it's just, you're glowing a certain way. You got a certain thing about you that people can't put their thumb on, right? It doesn't have to do with looks. It doesn't have to do with the outside at all. People just know that you're tapped into something that they aren't, right? They know that you know something that maybe they don't know. They know that you have gifts, right? And like I said, a lot of people feel judged just by you coming into the room, because the Most High is with you. That uniqueness about you causes attraction to happen. Okay, this is why you get the stares. This is why you get people turning their heads the way they do, looking at you, you know, following you around, seeking after you, trying to figure out who you are, what you know. How do you know these things?
That is heavy.
Okay, a lot of the times, you know, people can just sense that you know, you have a knowing about you, right? It's that Holy Spirit. It's the presence of God within you and around you. They know, that you can see, that your eyes are open, right? And as you begin to elevate and heal from all your abuse you've endured as the chosen one, right? Because a chosen one lives a life of suffering. You know, we go through a lot of different things, you know, and they know when God begins to elevate you, like I said, qualify you, and you begin to heal. You know, there's people that you may not even know who they are, but when you come in their presence, they just know there's something different about you. They know that you're on a different wavelength in life, however you want to put it. You know, and they want you to stay quiet, man. A lot of the times, I'm telling you, God calls you to speak, to preach, to teach, to, you know, do whatever it is you do in your own unique way. You don't have to be on a street corner with a microphone, you know, regardless of what they want to tell you, that not everybody's called to do it that way. But God wants to use your voice a lot of the times. He wants to use your testimony, right? To empower people, to uplift people, to point people back to him and what he's done for you. So that's why a lot of the times you're going to get that pressure put on you by society, because they're seeing it carnally, right? They think that you're just doing this so you can be seen and sought after. A lot of the times they don't even understand that we don't want to be doing this, but it's out of obedience, right? And it's a blessing to be a mouthpiece for God, to be used for his will to be done. A lot of people will try to unqualify you after God qualifies you. Don't let it happen. This is something I'm experiencing. This is something you're going to experience. You got to get away from people who are always in the same mindset. They never have grown. They've been in the same mindset for 25, 30 years. same predicament, same place, no change of anything. They just think one way, they know one thing, they know how you were in your childhood, how you were in school, how you were, and that's who you're always going to be in their mind. You got to get away from these people. They will begin to try to unqualify you based on your past. Okay? And like I said, most people hate the fact that you answered your call. A lot of people know about this stuff, man. A lot of people have put God's plans on the back burner and went about their own plans in life. Okay? And they get upset at anybody who is still striving, you know, to please the Most High and walk that narrow road. It's just how this works at times. People know, you know, they know that your blessings are being sent by God. And they may have some blessings, but those blessings may have been sent by the devil, right? So they understand the spirits that are within them, right? They know, and they know how to, you know, whisper to people and talk to people and cause people to try to unqualify you. But there's no man or woman that can do that after God has already qualified you, right?
Right.
He's already put that call on your life and you answered it. There's nothing anyone can do anymore, you know? And a lot of the times it's going to come with intense persecution when you speak boldly, when you speak about the unspeakable, when you stand bold, if you got to be a lone soldier out here for the rest of your life doing this, you know, whatever it takes, you know, to do exactly what God is putting on you to do. You know, they can't stand that resilient spirit about you. You've been through 100 times worse in life. The cards that you were dealt chosen one in life were a lot more worse than half or more than half of your enemies, and yet you're still resilient. Yet you're still being pushed and wanting to achieve greater in life. You still have that hope and that love within you. You still have that X factor, that it factor about you, because God put that within you. Nobody can get that out of you, man. People don't like that. Your resiliency a lot of the times has got your enemies absolutely shook to their core. Some of the stuff you've had to endure, some of the stuff you've had to go through, you can't even tell people about half the time because of this stuff doesn't even sound real. This stuff sounds sci-fi a lot of the times. This is why we're painted out and deemed and labeled as crazy by the carnal world, by the matrix, by the system. Some of the stuff you've had to go through, they couldn't go through it for 15 minutes. And yet you're still resilient. You still have hope. You still have all these things that are of God because God has placed that within you. They know this, right? Don't let anybody try to unqualify you based on your past, based on a flaw you may have made just 5 minutes ago, a mistake you may have made 10 minutes ago. That's not how this works. Okay, when God has qualified you, that's all that matters. You know, never stay quiet. Don't conform. Don't change who you are to please anybody around you. You know, if you're being called right now, you're going to be called to be set apart. You're going to be called to be unique. You're going to be called to be different, okay? And this is for a reason, because the world we live in is anti-God right now. It just is, especially America. It's a fact. You see the agendas, you guys look around, it's anti-God every which way you look. Little pockets here and there may have some God within it, you know, and even those pockets at times can be a watered down religious Pharisee doctrine based God, you know. So you are going to be called to stand, you know, be set apart. And a lot of people don't want to pick that call up because they don't want to let go of certain things. We're all guilty of that. I was guilty of it. I still am at times, right? You know, like I said, man, so hopefully this can just edify you for wherever you're at in your walk. If you're being called, if you feel like you know, you have a bigger purpose in life, you don't know what it is, you're trying to understand it, you're seeking God out on the matters, keep praying, keep allowing him to tell you, you know, instructions on how you need to go about doing his will. Trust with that still small voice. You know, don't let nobody try to deter you and project onto you and tell you that you don't hear from God, that you don't have this, and because this will happen, this will come about. You know, so like I said, man, hopefully this message helps you out. Keep me in your prayers. I'm under the weather. I'm sick, pretty tired. You know what I mean? Like I said, I appreciate all the support on the new song. Let's get the numbers on that song way up. Okay, it took me a good amount of time. I put a lot of energy into it, guys. I film everything on my own. I record everything. I do everything. I edit, mix, master, yada. I don't have, it's just me and the Holy Spirit, right? So I would appreciate the support on that new song. Like I said, smash the like button, hit subscribe, and you already know. Say a prayer for your brothers. Say a prayer for your sister. Say a prayer for yourself. Until next time, man, it's your boy, King Justice.
Are you sure these people want us?
I know they do.
You can call me Mama.
It's hard to feel like I'm the only one who sees these things. 70% of the kids in the system are there because of neglect. The other 30% are put through hell. We need your help.
Can you imagine our kids on their own? We can't just look away. The state ain't no family.
Are you sure these people want us?
I know they do.
You can call me Mama. Oh, Lord.
If we can't wrap our arms around the most vulnerable, then what do we have? Noise! And the children can't take the noise anymore.
This is something that we must do.
22 families want to adopt. Whole town wants kids now.
That's about right.
What's happening with Possum Trot could mean a huge change for the system.
We want the ones that nobody else wants.
Who hurt you, baby? I'm not giving up on you. You can't give up on me either. What we gonna do? Everybody's falling apart.
I'm doing the best I can.
The real world hits hard.
I don't want to be here. I can't give him back.
We gotta work on this together. We your people now. And love never gives up.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Mitchell, and I play Susan Ramsey in the powerful new movie from Angel Studios, Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot. An army of hope is assembling for kids this July 4th in theaters everywhere. This movie is based on the true story of a small community in East Texas who decided to embrace kids in the foster system nobody else would take. 22 families took in 77 children who were in the greatest need. It's a beautiful story of hope and love, and I'm so excited for you to see the power of families coming together to stand up for the most vulnerable amongst us, our children. The goal is to bring together this army of hope, starting this 4th of July, 1 million strong, for the 100,000 kids in America who need a home. Click the link below or go to angel.com/hope to get showtimes right now. Help us send a loud message together that there should never be a child without a home.
All right, so first off, I just personally want to thank you very much for being here. It's an amazing opportunity for me, and I would assume for a lot of people here as well. I would like to secondly congratulate you on your whole fatherhood. You know, the newborn, that's.
Thank you.
And so going off of that, I would just like to know, you know, you being a husband, a father, and a big political figure, it's like, how do you cope with, like, making all of those things important in your life?
Yeah, well, thank you. It's not a lot of sleep, but it's a lot of fun. 2 months today. That's just amazing. So we're very happy about that. And so thank you. And I'll tell you what, it radicalizes you. It does. If you think you're a conservative before parenthood, holy moly. That's why I can't understand. I cannot understand liberal parents. At this point, I have nothing in common with you. Liberal young people that are single, you want to burn the world down, you're miserable and do weed all day, fine. I sort of understand. You have a being that you are now responsible for, and you want to commit.
kid. It's kind of sad. It's just like, it's just weird, you know? But it shows, man, like that's the bright side of what happens. Like, it shows you what's in the heart of most men, you know? Most men, that's just how they are, you know? Wrathful, you know? It's like, you start to get over it, you know? And it's just like, that's just how most people are, you know? When they're not, when
civilizational arson, nothing in common with you. So anyway, that's a separate thing. So you mentioned a lot, which is, I'm a big fan of Aristotle. Aristotle talked about a hierarchy of the good. When you have a lot going on, this is a good rule for young people. You got to make a hierarchy of what matters most, and you got to prioritize that thing over other things, which means by young thing, you want to burn the world down, you're miserable, and do weed all day, fine. I sort of understand. You have a being that you are now responsible for, and you want to commit civilizational arson, nothing in common with you. So anyway, that's a separate thing. So you mentioned a lot, which is, I'm a big fan of Aristotle. Aristotle talked about a hierarchy of the good. When you have a lot going on, this is a good rule for young people. You got to make a hierarchy of what matters most, and you got to prioritize that thing over other things, which means, by definition, other things are going to slip aside. And then kind of part of marriage and also fatherhood, of which I'm very new at, but learning very quickly, but marriage a year and a half, you realize it's not all about you. And this is one of the great, I hate the self-love movement. I hate the self-esteem movement. It's done so much damage. I think it's one of the great, philosophical carcinogens in our society in so many different ways. I saw this sign the other day. They said, it's your imperfections that make you perfect. And I thought to myself, I said, well, then therefore, by definition, the more imperfections you have, the better you are? Or my favorite one is, the world is better because you're in it. Now, that might sound like a good message, but in reality, it should be a question. Is the world better because you're in it? Right? It should, and so it should be a question. Has the world become a better place because of you? Now, so the idea of a hierarchy of what matters most is not taught a lot to our kids. There's a big lie out there that you could have it all, and that's not true. You can't. You have to make sacrifices. You could still do a lot. You could still run a business, and you could still do things, but you have to make time for what matters most, which the first most important thing is your relationship with God. That comes above all. And then relationship with your wife, and then your child. You notice I put it in that order. That's biblical, by the way. And getting a lot of great advice from people like Prager and Tucker and so many other great people is that the marriage comes first and then children come first, which is not agreed upon in every circle, but at least that's how we're practicing it. And then you can have other things like jobs and all that, jobs and that. But I think one of the reasons why we have such a depressed generation, suicidal generation, we have such an anxious generation, a medicated generation, is they're thinking about themselves all the time. I believe a people that is not dedicated to service is a very depressed people. It's not always about you. Sometimes you have to do stuff you don't like because it's going to benefit somebody else. By the way, we just know that scientifically you're a happier person because of that. We know that, regardless of the spiritual implications or the moral implications. And so we have an entire generation that's always asked, like, how do you feel? How do you feel about that? It's actually quite irrelevant. It matters more about what you're doing. And here's a thought-provoking thing for you. Generally, what you do should dictate how you feel, not how you feel with what you do. That's a good general rule to tell a young person. Another good rule for life, which is self-control is a lot more important than self-esteem. But we do the opposite. Thank you. Thanks. Go ahead.
Welcome to Kansas City. I just want.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan, and we're glad you're here. My question is, have you tried our barbecue?
I did, and it's awesome. Very impressed. Lived up to the hype, I got to tell you. For years, I heard Texas versus Kansas City, Texas versus Kansas City. It's very, very good. I'm not going to tell you who's better, but it's very, very good.
That was going to be my follow-up question.
Oh, yeah, is that right? I take the fifth.
Okay.
Thank you.
I am a sophomore here in credits, but first year, actually on campus. And so being a first-year student, I'm required to take this first semester experience class. And so thanks, yeah. So right now, our unit is about social justice, and I've got this assignment due on later this week. And so one of the questions is, what does social justice mean to you, and what are important components of social justice? Yeah. So how do I go about completing this assignment while still maintaining my conservative and Christian values?
What kind of grade do you want to get in the class? No, I'm very serious.
I would, college education is a very important part of me, but I wouldn't let that supersede my political or religious values.
So you developed a hierarchy. That's what you just did, right? So you just said this matters more than that. And so if you want to go after it, you could say, look, I believe in the ancient view of justice that built the West. I don't believe in environmental justice or racial justice or social justice. And you could go straight into how Aristotle defined justice. It is the messiest of all the virtues, but one of the most necessary. And it's very simple, giving man to what is due. Social justice is not that. Social justice is mass redistribution based on qualities of things people can't change. So justice has a preference on human agency and action. You did this, you get that. Social justice is you look like this, therefore this should happen to you. So social justice, and I'm generalizing and people can, disagree with it throughout, but this is approximately right. Social justice is a preference on structures and I think arbitrary iniquities. Saying you're a person of color, therefore you deserve reparations. Of course, they can't answer a single question in response to, okay, what if someone is half black and half white? How are they going to get reparations exactly? Or why is it that someone who's never owned slaves, that didn't know someone that owned slaves, that wasn't related to someone that owned slaves, has to pay money to somebody who we can't even prove whether or not they're a descendant of slaves? Why is that the case exactly? Oh, because of the melanin content. That's where social justice leads you. So then I would respond, again, depending on what kind of grade you want to get, is say, liberty matters a lot more to me than social justice. And then you might have to retake the course at a different time. So, God bless you.
Hello. So from your talk, I gathered that a big problem you have is the government representing the will of the people, and you believe it should do a better job at that, correct? If you say that, how can you support Donald Trump when he has lost the popular vote twice?
Okay. Because we don't elect presidents using the popular vote. No, it's okay. You got to follow up. Okay. Give her a follow-up.
Yes, but you said you have an issue with the government not representing the will of the people. So if you personally have an issue with that, then why do you support him if that is not the will of the people?
Right. So will and majority are two different things. Right? So are we a democracy? You're not here. Are we a democracy?
Should.
Will and majority are two different things. Right? So are we a democracy? You're not here. Are we a democracy?
Should we be?
No, but are we?
Why should we not be? Is that not a core fundamental point of American society?
No. Has democracy appeared anywhere in the Constitution?
I mean, that is genuinely a valid point. However, your point of the government should represent the people, why is it that democracy is not in the Constitution, or why is it that you believe that the will of the majority is not as important as the will of the minority if your issue specifically is the government should represent the people better?
Good question. So we believe in the Electoral College. Why? Because Kansas deserves a voice. Because Missouri deserves a voice. And it's the most important way I could distill it is the union we have is the states created it, the federal government didn't create it. So the kind of price of admission is every state gets 2 senators, congressmen based on population, and then electoral votes based on that population. So you kind of get a mix of both. And it's also this tension. And I would ask the question, if we abolished the Electoral College, do you think that the needs, wants, and interests of Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, North, South Dakota, Montana would be taken as seriously as New York and California? That would be my question to you.
Do you believe that some citizens are more valuable than others? Because in our current system, some people's votes hold more sway than others, because people in like Wyoming who have smaller populations have more say than places like here in Missouri and Kansas. Why is this acceptable if it's, again, your issue is the will of the people?
Because we're not a democracy. So a democracy is simple majoritarianism. So let me give you an example. In a democracy, by up or down vote, you could say, I want to enslave black people. A constitutional republic says, no, you're going to have to go through a process to do that. So let me ask you a question. Do you think the majority, the will of the people, could ever be wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So the founding fathers knew it could almost assuredly be wrong, right? So the system of a republic versus a democracy is it has to be slow and arduous and intentional because it has a preference on liberty right? Not on free stuff. And so over a period of time, how do you best protect liberty? Well, you got to spread over all the representation over space and time, right? So you do it over a lot of states, a lot of square miles, a lot of acreage, and it takes a lot of time to take over the federal government, right? You have to win an election, and then an election, and an election. It's not impossible. We eradicated slavery. We gave women the right to vote. So it's possible to get change done. But the Founding Fathers were less concerned about getting progress done really quickly, and they were more concerned with the government doing bad stuff too quickly. Does that make sense?
But that is not what you said. You said that your specific problem is the government does not do the will of the people. Why is it that your will and what you want is more important than that of the majority?
Well, it's not my will, it's the framers and the system we have. But to answer your question, I believe the best way to determine the will of the people is through states' rights and states' directives. If Kansas wants to say, hey, we can have decentralized gun laws or school choice, God bless Kansas. And so the question is not, is national will also versus state will, right? So we have to recognize that the values of someone in Kansas, in Manhattan, Kansas, is a lot different than the values of someone in Manhattan, New York. It's a lot different. And so through a democracy, it'd say, hey, the people of New York City want to have firearms confiscated. I don't think that dog's going to hunt in Manhattan, Kansas. Well, Kansas State University, so I don't know. But it allows, answer your question, it allows people that disagree with one another to live in the same nation. You see, a Republican-style government, small r, allows people that might agree on almost nothing to still engage in self-government, while still having a national project to participate in. So to clarify it even more, it is a question of the consent to the governed. If it was just a democracy, it would be an up or down vote on every single person, and that's it. The Founding Fathers saw that fail time and time again. Athenian democracy, people just vote themselves stuff. So they said, we have to have some sort of system that realizes that if men were angels, government would not be necessary, but men are not angels, so we got to create some sort of government. Federalist 51, as Madison said. So we got to figure this out. So government is necessary, but we don't want to have too big a government, and people are just going to vote themselves stuff all the time. So how do we do that? Well, local is better than national, but you got to have some sort of a national influence. And so they created the great balance between Jeffersonian and Hamiltonian type philosophy, as we know, is the U.S. Constitution. And the one thing they all agreed on, though, is human nature. They knew that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and that people were likely to abuse it. So I would just kind of counter by saying the will of the people can be best expressed through a multi-state project. For example, I believe a election is much healthier and much more representative by requiring candidates to go to Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and not just spending time on the coast. Because you know why? It might seem as if, oh, we don't need those flyover states. We don't need them. First of all, that's arrogant, prideful, and wrong. How exactly are you going to feed your family, and where do you think the breadbasket of the world comes from? The founders saw ahead, and final thing I'll say is this, is that it was Hamilton, or it was Madison that said, we cannot have the tyranny of the cities over the farmers. And that's built into our system. Thank you for being here tonight. I got to get to the next question. Thank you.
So you believe your vote should be more important than others?
No, I don't. In fact, if you want, first of all, the way you do senators is egalitarian. The way you do Congress people is representative population. And let me just reinforce this, which, again, California still has more electoral votes than Kansas. So there is a precedent, there is a weight on population. It's just done in the context of that every state gets a voice. For example, Kansas, South Dakota, Oklahoma don't get merged in just because they all look the same from an airplane you're flying by. It's a state with states' rights, its own government, its own constitution. So to push back, it's not as if population means nothing, is that population is factored in to a national project. And I'll just say one final thing on states. You go through COVID, Europe, they had one decree, every part of Germany, Belgium, France did the same thing. These laboratories of democracy that continually happened keep us freer. And you have a state rights project or you have a national project. The states' rights project has kept us freer, has kept people more prosperous, because if you don't like your government, you're closer to it and you can make changes and adjustments. Thank you. Got to get to the next question. Thank you. Got to get to the, I'm sorry. I got to get to the, thank you. Thank you. I got to get to the next question.
Why are some votes more important?
I heard you out. Thank you very much. That's not the question. More vote. So, hey, do you live in Kansas or Missouri?
It doesn't matter.
Because guess what? In Kansas, you actually have a bigger voice than some people in California, hilariously. Because states have rights. Because
the individual less important?
I got to get to the next question, but I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
You cannot justify your mentality.
Thank you very much. We got to get to the next question.
So I'm on the Kansas side, and as you're aware, we just recently lost in a big abortion amendment. And so besides it being written very poorly, in my opinion, there's a lot of outside media, outside money to get that vote swayed to a no and not a yes. Could you speak to that and any advice for us pro-lifers to, protect the unborn? Thank you.
Yeah, keep the fight, first of all. Look, I think a couple dynamics with this. I think it was poorly written. I think there was a lot of confusion. I asked my Kansas audience, and I got a lot of emails of people that said they voted correctly, but a lot of their friends were confused. I know probably some of you on the Kansas side probably agree it was poorly written. That's number one. Number two, I think there was a massive amount of kind of Democrat out-of-state money and left-wing money post-Dobbs. But number three is something that I say as someone who's 100% pro-life and talk about it, and I speak at pro-life centers all the time, is I don't think parts of the conservative movement are as pro-life as we think they are. And that's not an accusation. Maybe you're in the audience and that might be your position. That's fine. But I'm also, I refuse to live under this delusion that everyone on the right is 100% pro-life. That's not true. And so politics is one thing. We got a lot of work to do to explain what it means to be a human being, when human life begins, and why those human beings are necessary and worthy of protection. Now, I could be wrong. We're going to learn a lot in the pro-life movement in the next couple weeks. Both Kentucky and Montana have very similar measures up. If they fail there, we're going to learn even more. And so it should be kind of instructive to us of how pro-life actually are the states that we live in. And we got a lot of work to do. And I think there's a lot of fear-mongering. There's a lot of, I think bad moral teaching that comes alongside of it. But look how far the pro-life movement has come. A loss in Kansas because of a ballot referendum, like that's small. You guys will get reorganized. You guys will lick your wounds. You guys will figure it out. We got Roe versus Wade repealed. I mean, come on. That's huge. And so we got a lot of work to do. I think we got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of persuading to do, a lot of persistence. But I'm optimistic, man. I really am. And I want to say that The pro-life movement needs, of course, talk about solutions and adoption and creating a culture of life and making it easier to adopt in the correct way with the right clearinghouses so that bad people don't adopt kids and abuse them. That's a very serious concern, which was the good intent behind the bad policy that made the adoptive adoptive process, I should say, so bureaucratic and cumbersome. Good intention ended up being a multi-year just thicket. I know some of you have adopted, and it's very difficult, right? I don't know how it is in Kansas, but I know in most states it's very, very hard, very bureaucratic, very arduous. I think if you run it through the church, it's one of the best ways to do it, and I think it's a way to streamline it and have a clearinghouse. So keep the fight. It is the fight that I think will define all the others, but we've made so much progress. We were told our whole life that it's inevitable that everyone's going to support abortion. Now even the media admits it's a 50-50 issue. You understand how big of a deal that is? Do you know by public opinion polls we are noticeably more pro-life than we were 20 years ago? That's awesome. And so at this trajectory, we're going to have even more victories. God bless you, men. Appreciate it.
And I'm from Texas, and then Kansas City barbecue is better. Just
okay, all right.
Hey, Charlie.
Hi.
So I think this might be more of a point of clarification than a legitimate disagreement. So you started off your talk by saying that you oppose science insofar as it stands in the way of nature or it sort of rewrites nature, right? Is that like an accurate representation of your point? Or
it can cause a lot of damage, and not done under the proper moral framework. It's been one of the great killers of modern humanity. Obvious with, there's been phenomenal breakthroughs in modern medicine, but continue with your question. So.
That was actually my question, actually.
Oh, okay, well, there you go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you could take, for example, so let's kind of just go back to how science is administered through things that we take for granted, right? So, for example, Sir Isaac Newton, right? Force equals mass times acceleration. An object at rest will stay at rest. For every action is equal and opposite reaction, right? He was a phenomenal Christian, wrote a lot about biblical prophecy, and looked at nature as a way to explore God's creation for an intended purpose. And so it's all a question of what is the intent, right? So I'll give you a great example. If the intent is to allow human beings to flourish, then I'm all for it. What's an example of that? How about a cesarean section? What an awesome medical breakthrough over the last 100 years. A cesarean section is, of course, a C-section. Without getting too graphic, it's a way through medical intervention and progress to save human life with that intended purpose. Now, obviously, you have to have an incision. You have to be able to, have the proper medication so that, the woman doesn't feel it. It's the most common medical procedure now done in America today. And so I'm all for scientific breakthroughs and progress, but that's with the intent of saving a human life, right? Properly administered, a C-section is life-giving, right? When you look at other things, there is no life-giving nature to abortion. So you look at two very complex surgical procedures. One's an abortion, one's a cesarean section. Both require a doctor, they require, medication, they require breakthroughs, but they have two completely different moral premises. One to give life and one to take life away. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And speaking of abortion, I did have a sort of separate question,
Sure.
if you don't mind. Yeah. So you sort of touched on abortion from a moral or philosophical standpoint in your talk. From a political or cultural standpoint, how do you see the debate playing out in the mid to long term? Who do you think wins in the long term?
That's a smart question. I've given this advice to conservatives, which is you have to be realistic about it. In certain states, in certain areas, it's not a winning issue. Maybe in a longer period of time, we could do our work and we could persuade people. But if you're trying to get political power or win an election, you got to be realistic about whether or not you think that is going to win people over. And so some people say, Charlie, you should talk about the issue all the time. Well, then how are you ever going to get political power to actually fix the issue, right? I mean, at some point, you got to be prudent about this. But I think the left is going to see a surge of support. I think that's going to happen. They're going to see a lot of money come in, a lot more activists. And then I think we as pro-lifers are going to get reorganized, see where we have to go. And I think we have to go on a multi-decade, multi-generation tour, campaign, project of getting into the deep moral and philosophy of it, entertaining questions, doing events. Because here's the one thing I could tell you is that most people that are pro-abortion have really not heard the best defense of life from a moral standpoint, a biological standpoint, and a scientific standpoint. But it's going to be a battle, man. And I think you're going to end up seeing kind of red state, blue state abortion centers across the country where California is poised to make abortion a constitutional right. And you're going to see a lot of that kind of interstate travel and all that kind of stuff. So that's my prediction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie, thank you for being here, first of all, and thank you for everything that you do. I recently self-published a book on the political and social issues facing our country, and I covered a lot of the things that you touched on in your speech today, the rise of secularism in our country, how science has turned more into a religion than actual science, the assault on children in our country. My question for you is, what recommendations, if any, would you have as far as what I could do for marketing my book for someone who doesn't have a large following like yourself?
Well, you're doing a good thing here by being here. What's the name of your book?
Downfall of America.
There you go. So you got some plugs there. Look, the best piece of advice I have is do as much media as you can, show up to events, get to know people. Look, Turning Point is an overnight 10-year success story, right? Where everyone's like, wow, it's so big, so many chapters, so many students, so much influence, all this. And look, by the grace of God, we've grown amazingly. But for those of you that were around, remember 5 or 6 years of a lot of scrappiness and a lot of hustle and a lot of events and, red-eye flights. And it's just, you got to put in the work, right? And then everyone's like, wow, it happened to them so quickly. Okay, 330 days on the road for 10 years straight, right? Yeah. And then you might have a chance to build something where you can get the word out. I'm not saying you have to do that, but that's what we did. We were on the road 310, 315, 320, 335 days for a decade. And then you finally have something that, has been pretty beautiful and awesome and big and lots of staff and 130,000 donors across the country. It's amazing. And praise God, but you got to put in the work. God bless you. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Can I give you a
Yeah,
copy
sure.
of the book?
You can go right now. Thank you. Love it. Thank you, man. God bless you. Thank you. And if you disagree, I just want to say it again. You can come. Thank you.
Hey, Charlie. I've noticed in my life and, with the political situation and the culture in the world that a lot of people are kind of, say, black-pilled as a way of saying it. Like, they've completely fallen into despair. And I noticed myself, I was depressed like my entire life until I realized the core of it was I was an angry, resentful person. Wow. So my question is, and I learned that from Jordan Peterson in the story of Cain and Abel in the Bible, and I was wondering, what ways could, me personally, because I still struggle with it, and other people, how can we prevent ourselves from falling into this kind of angry, resentful feeling that a lot of people I know, a lot of my peers have? Thank you.
Beautiful question, truly. First thing is gratitude. Gratitude is the fruit that makes all of the things taste sweet. We have the most ungrateful generation in American history because we've taught them ingratitude. You go to most American college campuses, they get a degree in ingratitude. And if you go through the process of being thankful for something, eventually your mind will go and hopefully will say, thankful to whom? And that's important too. So I'm a big believer that the 10 Commandments were given to us as a way not just to prevent against our nature, but make us happier and allow us to flourish. And I believe the 10 Commandments are instruction manuals for individuals and society. And the one that I just harp on for young people in particular, and this is one that they don't like to hear, is honor your mother and father. It is the only one of the 10 Commandments. It's the only one of the 10 Commandments that involves your nation and a promise. Because it's not honor your mother and father. It's honor your mother and father so that you may live long in the land of which you are in. Now, that word honor is very interesting. You are not commanded to love your parents. It does say that in the New Testament, but in the 10 Commandments, it does not say that. It doesn't have to say you have to be your parent's friend. Now, that word honor comes from a Hebrew word, the stem of it, which means heavy. You must treat them heavily. And I say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, here's a better way to explain it. The Hebrew word for curse is the word light. So if you were to curse something, you would treat them lightly or not seriously. What the Bible is commanding you is to take your parents seriously, is to take that relationship with heaviness, with intent. Of course, you might have the worst parents in the history of the world. They're abusive, they're awful. Those are very, very few exceptions. It is not okay to dishonor your parents or treat them lightly if you don't get along with them. That's not an excuse. I believe, this is just a side note, that if you cannot honor your earthly parents, you'll not be able to honor your heavenly Father. I believe it is the earthly intermediary step to be able to honor God himself. And I think as a civilization, we've kind of turned our back on that. So kind of also the idea of cynicism and apathy. Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So we as Christians are not allowed to be cynical and apathetic. If you're secular, I have a different answer for you. But as definition as Christians, you have to be hopeful and you have to be optimistic, or else you're not a Christian. And that requires effort. It requires daily effort where you remind yourself, we know how the story ends, that there is eternity waiting for us. There's a God who loves us, that we're born new. That changes the black pill really quickly. And the final thing I'll say with this, which is just kind of a good practice, is that this will not fix all of your problems, but I am a believer in this with young men in particular, is do not discount your physiology. What you eat, whether you do drugs, whether you do alcohol, how much you sleep, how much are you consuming of screens? Do you understand how dangerous dopamine addiction and dopamine deficiencies can be? It won't fix everything because deep down it is a soul problem, but God gave us 3 parts. When we talk about the mind and rational arguments and we talk about the spirit, but sometimes I think we as Christians do not focus on the body at all. And there's so much that if you have the posture of alignment, that if you take care of your body, you say, I'm not going to drink anymore, I'm not going to do drugs, I'm going to not watch pornography, right? I'm not going to stare at my screen 10 hours a day, I'm going to eat right and exercise. All of a sudden, you're going to take your spiritual health more seriously. And then with it comes into alignment. So I'm a big believer that your physiology could be a big driver towards staying away from cynicism and apathy. God bless you, man. Thanks for being here.
God bless you, too.
Hey, Charlie. I just want to first issue how offended I am at you having the audacity, the gall to confuse Kansas City, Kansas with Kansas City, Missouri. We are better.
I knew it was coming.
We are better. We came first. We have a Super Bowl winning team.
That's
so
true.
I just want to make clear that you're in Missouri. Okay. Now that sort of brings us to the question.
Okay.
Like, in Missouri, as you know, we had a trigger law. So we essentially don't have abortions in Missouri. Okay. So we have a lot of new parents who ostensibly don't feel prepared or feel ready to be parents. So the question is, what should state governments do, especially in Missouri, to try to alleviate and support these new families?
Great question. So first and foremost, I've said this to every pastor as part of TPUSA Faith and every church. The church has got to step up big time. And if we're going to talk about pro-life policies from the pulpit, we got to live out pro-life practices in the streets and with people that need help. And we have to offer help and aid, pregnancy resources. There should not be a child in America that gets born post-Roe where a mom feels as if she's not supported and prayed for and have things supplied to her. I believe the church will step up. I really do. But we need pastors to be clear about it and churches to really embark on that. The second thing is state governments have to make the process of adoption less bureaucratic while having the safeguards in place to not allow child abusers and bad people to be able to adopt children, which is a very real concern. I understand that. But let's just and churches to really embark on that. The second thing is state governments have to make the process of adoption less bureaucratic while having the safeguards in place to not allow child abusers and bad people to be able to adopt children, which is a very real concern. I understand that. But let's just look at the numbers. One of the propaganda techniques of the abortionists, they say there will be unwanted children. There are 1 million abortions every single year. Currently, there's 2 million families on the adoption waiting list in America. So there are twice as many families waiting to adopt in America than there are abortions every single year. And I believe that number would go to 5 million and 6 million if American Christians were challenged from the pulpit, say, hey, if you have the capacity, if you have the ability, adopt one child to help us live out what we believe, that all human life is made in the image of God. That's even beyond state governments. I think the state government, though, needs to make it easier to have children. I think that we need to have a whole pro-life agenda be put in place, and praise God for the trigger law. But I don't think it's enough to say, okay, abortion is gone and we turn our back on it. We got to live out the pro-life policies in everything we do.
If you'll humor a follow-up question.
Really quick, because we're running out of time.
So you mentioned mainly about church, what religious organizations should do to support these new families, and you mentioned adoption.
Yes, that's right.
Freudian slip there. What do you think of, say, Missouri's new bill in the House that will expand Medicaid protection to pregnant women? Do you think there should be more financially on the financial level to support these new families?
Yeah, I'd have to look at it. I'm a bigger believer, if necessary, instead of doing Medicaid, which is government health insurance, I'm a bigger believer in doing what Milton Friedman would argue, which is if you're going to give aid, give it in a form of universal basic income to a very specific group. I think that gives more agency and more choice. Milton Friedman was a big believer in that. Government insurance through Medicaid is awful. It's like the worst. Medicaid can save people's lives, but the quality is low, and there's tons of fraud and a lot of inefficiencies. I have to look at the bill there. But I do think, I believe this, there is a potential role for the state to step up to make it easier for babies to be able to flourish and live post-Roe. I do believe that. Thank you. God bless you.
Hi. This is on the abortion topic as well. Would you say 70% of Americans think abortion's okay up to a certain point?
I think that's probably right.
Okay. So personally, I am pro-life. I think life begins at conception. But I think we are a small minority. And I'm almost to the point where to do something, I would give in to a certain number of weeks. I know Lindsey Graham said 15, you know, and to me, one day doesn't make you human and the next day you're not, you know, it's just an embryo and a fetus, it's just a stage of life, it's all life. If you, today, and maybe not in the future, and I think part of it is people that are in favor of abortion don't really realize what it is. When you say, do you know they rip your arms? I don't want to hear about it. They don't want to acknowledge what it is. Is there a week or a day that you would concede so that we don't have, you know,
yeah, so I would
full term?
agree in a step towards the goal of abolition, right? I mean, I think if there was a 14-week ban, great first step, but I'll never not be clear the goal is complete and total abolition. Like, I'm not going to back away from that. But do I think a 14-week ban would be a beautiful thing? Of course, obviously, especially versus the late-term nonsense we see in a lot of these states. But without a vision, people perish. And abortion is a crime against humanity, and I'm not going to back away from that. So I know
you'd agree you'd give a little.
Of course, yeah. I mean, you got to be prudent, right? You got to be realistic.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to act as if the movement's over and we're going to stop campaigning, we're going to stop, you know, persuading. But it would be imprudent not to take progress, right? Even though you have a broader goal in mind. So of course.
All right.
God bless you. Thank you.
Hi. So you mentioned earlier, I have kind of a maybe complicated question. I agree with some of the points you made, and I kind of disagree. You mentioned earlier something about like the love yourself movement is just really bad. And I would say I agree with like a lot of self-reflection and like gives so much anxiety and depression to our generation because it's all just like me all the time. But at the same time, like, do you feel like there's a balance between loving yourself? Because I know that's helped me and that's helped many people be more comfortable with themselves and not have anxiety and have more, you know, comfortability with the people around them and themselves. Like, do you feel like there's like, you have to be extreme one way or another, or like there's...
I'm glad it helped you. That's awesome. But I don't think we should teach it to our children, right? So I'll give you an example. If a poster said something like, in a 4th grade classroom, you're perfect the way you are. Do you think that's a good message? Like, what would your opinion? Just think about it for a second.
I disagree with that, no.
You disagree with it? Good. Yeah, you and me both, right? We agree. Because to tell a 4th grader you're perfect the way you are, why would they go to school, right? Like, why would they keep on studying and why would they keep on improving? Now, what you're getting at, though, is being gentle towards oneself and not being harsh on oneself. That's different than self-love, because I'm a big believer in self-respect. And that's completely different than self-love. I always...
Finna get up, finna boot up. New money. Chanel.
want to make sure I have respect towards myself. Self-love is narcissism. Self-respect is I don't want to do a series of behaviors or choices where I might look at myself in the mirror and say, I'm not happy the way I acted. Does that make sense? So self-love can get into hyper-Eastern infatuation with your own being and the energy within, which if it helps you, praise God. I know it's helped a lot of people, but I don't think we should teach our children that. I think it could do a lot more damage than good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
I'm wondering, what do you think is the most important message that can come from the Hispanic community towards both parties?
Thank you for being here. I think Hispanics need to yell from the rooftops that we're not going to put up with white liberal domination of American society. And I say white liberal intentionally because there is a disproportionate amount of the nonsense that just is venom in our society from a small group of white liberals that tell Hispanic and black people that they must live a certain way. And so the one thing I would love to see the Hispanic community do is reassert itself as being a parents' movement, loving their children, and traditional values. I would love to see kind of that opposition movement, and both parties, this is what I would love to see Hispanics say, is stop taking our culture as if it's something for your own political purposes. I don't think conservatives are doing that at all. I think that liberals do it all the time. They think they own Hispanics, they think they control them, they think they can tell them what to do, they use it as political footballs all the time. And I want Hispanics to say, you know what, you don't own us, actually. We're our own community, and we love our children, we love God, we love hard work, we love the police, and you don't represent us. That's what I'd love to see from the Hispanic community. Really quick, we're running out of time.
It comes across very condescending and arrogant, and it comes across as if we're not capable of doing things.
I agree. God bless you. We'll go a little overtime if you guys want me to, because I screwed up the states. So.
I want you to go overtime. Are you familiar with Christopher Hitchens?
Yeah, the atheist.
Okay,
yeah.
So Christopher Hitchens' statement is that while religion may occasionally make bad people do good things, if you want to get good people to do bad things, you use religion. How would you respond to that?
So, do you hold that view, or just curious?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, what is good?
Well, anything that benefits people. I mean, I'm not.
Okay,
really,
but
I don't really have a cogent definition of good, but there are certainly plenty of examples where religious differences have been leveraged to create horrendous atrocities.
Yeah, just the question is, what is horrendous and what is good, right? So absent a belief in God, how do you have a definition of good?
What benefits mankind?
So Stalin was an atheist who went to seminary, denounced God, killed 40 million people, but who's to say they're wrong? They said they were benefiting humanity.
Well, I think you can make that, you can argue against that based on using science.
How?
Well, the more diversity you have, the more likely you are to survive.
What? No, I don't quite understand. No, I'm curious.
Okay.
By eliminating diversity.
So evolution is descent through modification and survival of the fittest. So the more genetic variation you have, the more likely you are to develop at least some part of that population that would be able to withstand any sort of environmental change. So genocides, I think from a scientific standpoint, you can't use science to support that.
Okay, so then why was there a lot of literature supporting eugenics?
Because people are stupid?
Oh, I agree, right. So you're saying science, okay, so that's an interesting question. So you think Darwinism can support an agreed upon...
What's Darwinism? Because Darwin never used the
origin
term
of species, like his...
Okay, but that's not Darwinism, that's evolution.
Okay, so how about the moral idea that the survival of the fittest?
Well, it's not really a moral idea, it's a kind of a fact.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So I kind of get...
But you can make the case that, so I think there are people who would say, well, if you have people who are sort of have genetic defects, that they shouldn't be allowed to survive, and I think that's horrendous.
But why? Why do you have that belief?
Again, this idea behind genetic diversity.
Yeah, but if someone has a low IQ, aren't they kind of just like a strain on society? Why wouldn't we eliminate them?
You can't predict on the basis certainly of IQ.
No, sure we can. We do it all the time. We do chromosomal testing. I mean, in Iceland, they've gotten rid of kids with Down syndrome.
And
do you agree with that?
Again, no.
Why?
Because those folks with Down syndrome lead full and full lives that are
Well,
helpful
no, hold
to
on.
other
No,
people.
they require someone to support them. So shouldn't we eliminate them?
Not all of them.
Why?
Yeah,
by
not
what?
all of them.
Hold on.
Down syndrome is a spectrum,
but
it's not simply trisomy 21. It's a lot more complicated.
But I'm getting at a point here, which eventually it's going to be your opinion versus mine of what is good.
Okay, but I think you can qualify good scientifically.
Right, but the scientific good in Iceland is Down syndrome are a strain on the environment, strain on resources. They're unproductive. They can't produce. So we might as well eliminate them, right?
Well, I would say that's a mistake. They don't.
But their scientists disagree. So by what standard is good good?
Who are their scientists?
The international world community is doing this. Let me ask you another question. Okay. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Yes.
So you believe that time, space, and matter had a definitive beginning?
Yes.
Okay, so by definition, shouldn't therefore the thing that caused time, space, and matter be outside of time, space, and matter?
No, that's a.
So you don't believe in Newtonian physics?
No, actually I don't. I believe more in quantum physics because.
Okay, so you don't believe for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction?
Newtonian physics works well on large scales, but
yeah, the universe is pretty large, dude. Like,
wait, the Big Bang rests on quantum mechanics.
Not applied by Newtonian physics because it's the largest possible scale imaginable. So how exactly did the Big Bang happen if there wasn't someone that effectuated the Big Bang?
Okay, so it's a bit complicated. It has to do with quantum. Now, I'm not saying.
No, it's actually not. It's that the only thing that could have made something that is space, time, and matter is something that transcends space, time, and matter, aka a God. That's the only explanation.
So much for your work. I'll just ask two quick questions as a passionate Christian and patriot, and just I would say an everyday Joe that I am a businesswoman, churchgoer. I feel intimidated and discouraged so many times seeing the power of our culture. As you said, on every Starbucks or the social media, everywhere we go, there's this Goliath in our face. And I just wanted to see if you could empower all of us with just some points as a Gideon's army on how we can continue to take a stand for conservatism. And if Turning Point has, my juices are so stirred and I'm so excited that I want to be able to answer transgenderism. I haven't studied all of the points, but does your organization have something where we can learn how to be effective in really responding to this?
Yeah, and I got to kind of hat tip the experts. I got to tell you, Matt Walsh's documentary, What is a Woman, is one of the best pieces of film. Is that not the greatest thing? And I don't pretend to be the leading voice on that topic because I have to carry, we do radio, so I have to talk about 100 issues a day. But I really encourage you. His podcast is great, and I think he's done more scholarship on this issue in a persuasive, entertaining way than almost anybody else. So I would point you in that direction. And also, don't give up hope. Yeah. We got the truth. Have courage. Courage is the ultimate virtue. Without courage, there are no other virtues. And I'll tell you, I think our best days are ahead in that way. God bless you. Thank you. Next question. Is this the final question? Yes, final question. Okay.
Best for last, but my question is, I debate often with people of color that look like me that they shouldn't support like BLM and all that nonsense. So, no, they haven't accepted my ideals. So, what would be the best counter argument for them to just stop supporting defunding police or reparations and things like that?
Are those popular arguments you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first, are you a conservative?
I'm a Christian. Yes, I'm a
God
conservative.
bless you, man. Thank you. And that's very. I want to say that I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I can imagine you received some ridicule for those positions.
Yeah.
What are you called?
Transphobe. Well, and definitely in high school, I came out as a Christian, so I would people started debating me on my how I believed, and it was just I would set up these debates, and it would just be awful. Like I'd be called a bunch of names. It never affected me much, but it was just so interesting to see their rhetoric not have a civil discourse with me. So
yes.
Yeah.
So I look, I would say this, that I would focus on, if talking to other black Americans, I would ask them, I'd say, has the reign of white liberals since 1960s benefit our community? Forget all this systemic racism stuff. You guys want to talk about racism? How about the reign of white liberals that Malcolm X warned us about? Great Society program, woke ideology, destruction of our family. They want to play the race card all the time. Who's been in charge of black cities the last 60 years? It's not rural farmers in western Kansas or Missouri. No, instead, it's been white liberals. It's been a project of the white liberal and for the white liberal. And it's hyper-academic ideology, abstractions. And here's the one thing I would say, which is try to be real. This is one of the reasons why I think that Black America is going to have a conservative renaissance at some point, is that these ideas require you at times to go through to get a PhD. They're so insane. Men can become pregnant. America's systemically racist. You know when you walk the streets in the cities, you're like, actually, we could use more cops. You don't have to go listen to some sort of abstract thinker about why police systemic racism, all that nonsense. So just be real. Talk about things that matter. In Black America, you talk about how we need a restoration of nuclear families. And ask the question, why is this the case? It's because of the reign of terror of white liberals. It's not white conservatives. It's not those MAGA semi-fascist people. No. It is the ideology of the woke that has imposed themselves on Black America. If that's really they want to go, I'll tell you, they've done more damage than any other community, and I think you could turn it on them. God bless you for being here tonight, man. Thank you. White privilege is a divisive data-skewed campaign built on lies. How about that? White privilege. I love this one. White privilege. Now, while recognizing, of course, everyone has a certain element of privilege in your ability to think, your size, your background, income, this idea that every person that has white skin has an institutional advantage and has a thing called white privilege, which I'm sure you've all heard once or twice throughout your college years, is wrong. It's built on bad data, and I think it's incredibly divisive. So I asked someone the other day, they said, white privilege is a horrible thing. White people are much better off than people of minority and color. And so a couple things. First of all, anyone want to guess what the richest subracial group in America is right now? It's not white people, it's Asian Americans. And that actually goes back to why the Constitution is the greatest political document ever written by man. The Constitution was not written in Korean, okay? It was written in English. It essentially means that anyone can succeed in this country. Asian Americans came here mostly fleeing communism and socialism in the late 1930s, early 1940s. We did not treat Asian Americans very well. In fact, we should be ashamed of our history, of our treatment of Asian Americans in the 1940s. We built internment camps. We violated their constitutional rights. Despite all that, they rose past horrible oppression, graduated high school in record rates, built businesses all throughout the West Coast, grew and grew and grew as a portion of the population. They are now the richest per capita racial group in the country. I have no problem with that at all. I think that's actually a great thing. I think it embodies meritocracy, what makes this country so unique and so great.
Go ahead. All right, so I'll start off with my credentials since apparently they matter.
Oh, they definitely don't matter to
I'm an
us.
8-year military veteran. I'm a college student. I'm a black woman, and I believe that white privilege exists. So we're going to start with that.
Thank you for your service.
And the reason why white privilege exists is because you guys refuse to acknowledge the history that put people in this position. You want to tell me that white privilege doesn't exist when white people had a upper hand for 250 years to develop generational wealth, and that black people didn't get the right to vote until the 60s, and you're going to tell me that white privilege doesn't exist?
So,
that sounds like it
first
exists
of all,
because you guys got the upper hand.
So you're actually the reason why people like us can't do well, because they've sold you our oppression and you bought it.
Acknowledge the oppression of other people. We can heal from it.
No, we
but
can't.
if you want
No,
to
we
ignore
can't.
it, we won't have anything happen.
That's not how this works. Dialogue and acknowledging things doesn't make us suddenly rich.
So there's a question I do want to ask, which I can't seem to get an answer. What can she not do in America that a white person can do? What opportunity? You served in the military. You've made good choices. You're getting rewarded for them. You're going to live in the American middle class. What privilege do I have that you don't have that is based on skin color, not on wealth or socioeconomic status? Please.
The fact that you are sitting here with like little to no education trying to talk to people about white privilege is white privilege.
Just tell me one thing I said that's wrong, and don't use an argument from authority. Make a good argument. Don't cite your credentials. What privilege do I What opportunity? You served in the military. You've made good choices. You're getting rewarded for them. You're going to live in the American middle class. What privilege do I have that you don't have that is based on skin color, not on wealth or socioeconomic status? Please.
The fact that you are sitting here with like little to no education trying to talk to people about white privilege is white privilege.
Tell me one thing I said that's wrong, and don't use an argument from authority.
That's like so.
Make a good argument.
I have a degree.
Don't
I'm
cite
arguing
your
from
credentials.
authority because I'm telling you my life experience.
That's not your life experience. That's a
Name
that's a
one-
degree.
Really? I'm sorry. Did you
one
live my
thing-
life?
That means
Did
nothing.
you live my life?
That means that's a
Name
degree.
one thing
You're not smarter
that
than him
you
because you have a
can't do
degree. Just so you know
that
That's
I
a fallacy.
can do.
That's a fallacy.
Name one thing that you can't do that I can do.
I don't know. I can't make a whole dollar.
What? You can't? Why?
Oh my God.
You're trying to tell me in the military women aren't paid the same as men for equal work?
In the military, up until 2 years ago, women weren't even allowed to do most of the jobs that
Answer the
men can
question. You just said you couldn't make $1. You said you could not make $1. You served in the military,
do.
which
Not
is
to mention that people in the military actually get paid a bull wage, but we're not going to talk about that.
Now we're moving
Yeah,
over
let's
to
talk
now
about.
we're moving
That
on
has
to
no-
Let's
nothing
talk
to do
about
with
for a
skin
second
color.
that you want to say that
What-
everyone in the military
what can I
gets
not
paid
do?
a wage.
Feminists
So
lie.
that makes it
Radical
right.
feminists lie, and they also sell. There's so many different ways they sell you your oppression, and she has purchased all of them today. So right now we are on sexism, right? So she's saying that I can't make a full dollar. Yes, you can. If women stop
Take
going
a lot.
in,
I bet he got
I'm not
paid
done
more to be
speaking.
here
I'm
than
not
you
done
did.
Speaking, okay. If women stop going into career fields like fashion and Vogue and journalism,
psychology.
and we start going into fields like
Engineering.
and
Business.
hard academics,
Finance.
we will make the exact same money that
If
men
not
make.
more.
The wage gap is a myth and
a
a
myth.
lie. It's a myth
Amen.
and a lie, okay?
Can I say?
It's actually a myth and a lie.
And what frustrates me is you served our country, which deserves to be applauded, and you have lived a life of a victor, and you have the gumption to tell me you're a victim without evidence. You were not able to cite one thing that you cannot do that I can do. If you make good choices, you will get those choices rewarded. And you brought zero evidence except an argument from an authority and an insult to my lack of a college degree, of which I am so proud of, because I'm not indoctrinated because I didn't go to college.
What are some examples of critical race theory? Because I know, like, another question that another girl came, she said that she had to learn CRT in her sorority, and what I thought it was is that, you know, you should know how to interact with people of other races, because I went to a school where it's, you know, mostly Caucasian people, and I had to learn how to interact with other people. So is it something like that, or is it something deeper that we don't really know?
No, it's super simple. So let me just kind of ask you, I bet we agree. Do you support black-only dormitories?
Well, when I think of black-only dormitories, I believe that you're talking about, like, maybe HBCUs, because it's mostly black people.
No.
Where are these?
Western Washington University, public school in Washington, has black-only dormitories. Is that something you would support?
I mean, I would probably live in one, but I mean, that
Wait, so
I mean,
you don't want to live with white people?
I didn't say, I mean, I didn't say that. But, I mean, it's kind of hard. Sometimes, like, I have multiple, I mean, you know, I have a lot of white friends or whatever, but sometimes, I mean, it's hard to fit in here when you go here and you're a different color. I mean, it's not hard to.
What, would you support white-only dormitories?
It's some around here. Not many black people go here, so it technically is white only if you think about it.
No, it's not. No,
I mean,
let me ask you another question.
I don't think anybody here would. Oh, well, some people might, you know, support that. I mean, I never said I supported any only kind of thing.
That's why I'm asking, right? I think that, you know.
Do you support white only dormitories?
Absolutely not. I think it would be racist.
It's preposterous. I believe that.
And guess what? Black-only dormitories are racist too.
I mean, I guess so. I might live in one if I could, but I can't. So.
Okay. Well, let me ask you another question. At Columbia University, they have black-only graduation ceremonies. Would you support that?
I mean, is it just like, so are they not able to graduate with the white people? Is that why they can't?
Well, they have a separate ceremony just for black people.
Oh. I mean, I guess it's kind of like the separate ceremony when they don't want to go to graduation. They want to do it online. That's how I think of it.
So do you think segregation is evil and wrong?
I mean, black people weren't even able to join sororities here until 2012. So, not the PhD one. So, you know, segregation here, George Wallace stood in front of the doors.
I just know that's not true, and like, there's.
Okay, when were PhD sororities and fraternities desegregated? 2013. Oh,
so you're trying to tell me that black people were not able to join a fraternity because of the color of their skin?
Do you remember George Wallace too? Segregation now, segregation, you know, for all, forever.
That's what
that happened as well.
That's what you're espousing when you say that black-only graduation ceremonies or dormitories.
Black-only graduation ceremonies are the least of our problems, least of yours. Do you think that you'll be able to go to a HBCU and have this same turnout and have these same people? Let me tell you.
I would hope so, but I mean.
So what would you say to them?
But here's the thing. I'm sorry, what?
What would you say to a room full of black people about critical race theory?
You know what I would say? I'd say your skin color means nothing.
I completely agree. I have been going here for 3 years. I'm a junior. I have. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I have most definitely faced racism and prejudice, no matter what I believe in, and it's just really hard to sit up here and listen to people come up here and say, "Oh, I don't want to learn CRT." It's just making you able to interact with other types of people. I have no problem.
No, it's not. So let me just tell you. So at the Georgia Public Schools in Atlanta, they put black sixth graders in one classroom and white sixth graders in another classroom. Is that evil?
I've never seen. Can you show me a video of those kids?
Atlanta segregation of public schools.
Well,
it was
please
national
show me.
news.
Not to interrupt, but I have family members that go to schools in these areas, and I also have people who live in redlining districts where they can't go to good schools.
Do you support segregation?
No, I do not.
Okay, we agree. Therefore, black-only dormitories and black-only graduation ceremonies and putting sixth graders in one classroom based on skin color or the other Those are
source of these?
those are outgrowths of CRT.
So learning. So okay. So tell me, give me an example of what critical race theory is. I don't.
So
that was my first
I'll be
question.
happy to tell you. So critical race theory is an emphasis at saying skin color matters, that the color of someone's skin is important in judging the value of the human being.
I get that, but if you were teaching a class that is like that was talking about critical race theory, we were all sitting here.
Yes.
What would your lecture be? Like, tell me what are your points? Like, who is this author that you're
So
reading
Herbert
from? about
Marcuse and
Okay.
an author by the last name of Spinoza wrote a book called One Dimensional Man in the 1960s. Herbert Marcuse came from the Frankfurt School in the 1930s, and he started this at Columbia University. Coming out of a Marxist belief of power dynamics, he believed that power struggles were not just the rich versus the poor, but also black versus white. And he wanted to expand the kind of conversation to also engage racial dynamics. Inherent in critical race theory is a belief that people are not individuals, they're members of tribes. Inherent in the idea of critical race theory is that there is no free speech or reason or scientific inquiry. These are white supremacist, Eurocentric constructs that have been put into the Western world. And the one that I think that is most prevalent, CRT believes racism is everywhere, that racism is the norm, that racism is within our systems, it's in our language, it's in our customs, it's in our codes, it's in all these sorts of things. Now, that's a super quick version of what CRT is, so happy to dive into that more, but I think we don't have to overcomplicate it, which is, do you think people should be judged based on the color of their skin?
It's not that I think that, but it's that it's happening, and you cannot ignore that I might not be treated the same as him as
So
he walks
you're
through
right,
the door.
it is happening. Like at Coca-Cola, they say they need to train their employees to abolish whiteness. At AT&T, they said they would need to train their employees to get rid of whiteness. We have a supply and demand issue with racism in our country. We have an incredibly low supply of racism and incredible demand to try to fulfill it. So we've created racism where it doesn't exist and try to turn everyone into mini racists against each other, which has now manifested itself into a massive anti-white movement in our country, where I believe, more than anything else, we should care about character, not skin color. Do you agree with that?
It's not. I don't believe that you understand what I'm saying. It's not that I don't agree with not. I'm sorry. Oh, it's not that I don't agree with, what you just said, but you have to realize that black people are like white people are not being hunted after. Y'all can come here and live a great freaking life. Alabama is a safe haven. The PhD fraternities and sororities are a safe haven
You
for white
think you're
people.
being hunted?
Let me tell. Okay, y'all can laugh, but until you have walked as a black person on this campus, y'all truly don't understand. And I've gone to school with white people my whole life. I've gone.
So
but it's just.
I will end with this. You're not being hunted at the University of Alabama, and there is no boogeyman that's trying to get you.
It's not. You're making it seem.
You live in the least racist country in the history of the world.
You're in Alabama. You are literally
Yes.
in the place where it's not okay.
You mean the place that has given you more talking time than any other person here, and where they sit
you think You're supposed to
respectfully?
shut me down and be like, go sit down? I mean, of
Yes,
course I'm gonna talk to you.
that
What
would
you
have
gonna respond to
happened
me?
100 years ago. You're right. 100 years ago, you might not have been allowed to come into this room,
So I'm
which would have
supposed
been.
to bow to you because.
Oh, actually, that's crazy. I don't want to watch this. I'm just trying to see if it was at a good angle the entire time. Pull up in that new Chanel.
which would have been evil. No, instead, we are here, we're creating a movement to say we never want to go back to the segregation that once existed in this country that is now being pushed by people in corporate America, in academia, and other places. We want to strive for a country that cares about character and the soul and the spirit of the individual, not on tribes, not on the melanin content in people's skin. And I will say this as compassionately as I can, is that you are not being hunted as a black person in America. There is not a single statistic that affirms that. There's not a single data point. Instead, the opposite is true. We are the least racist, most accepting, multiracial country in the history of the planet, and I pray one day you'll be thankful to live in that country. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you.
Everybody.
CJ, come here. Really quick. I have a question. Come here. Go right there. Right there. So CJ, just really quick. You're a black person. Are you hunted at the university?
You know, I don't feel hunted at this university, but I guess the difference between me and some people here is that I don't choose to be a victim, Charlie, which I think is the biggest problem we have here today are people who wake up every single day looking for a reason to be oppressed, looking for a reason to cry and make an excuse about why they're not in a position to go win. I don't see the color of my skin as a disability. I see it as simply an accessory that I couldn't control. I've been black all my life. I've been black today, and I'm thriving here. I think that's a roll tide right there, right? I don't know.
And so CJ, let me ask you, CRT, racist?
It's not just racist. It's the exact iteration of white supremacy, just in reverse. I think it's important that we start teaching young people not to hate other people because of the color of their skin. We can teach black people to be proud of who they are without telling white people they should be ashamed of who they are. You know?
Amen. So, closing thought, CJ. Is this trying to divide the country?
It's not only trying to divide the country, it's trying to break apart the foundation upon which it was built. You know, people forget the words of MLK, Rosa Parks, all those people who fought so hard for us to be united country, where we didn't see the color of one's skin, but their character.
Amen. CJ, you're a great American. Give it up for CJ, everybody. So good. So good. God bless you, man. Everybody, this was great tonight. I want to thank some of the disagreements. It was great as always. Everybody, Alabama's a great state. It truly is. And I just want to say God bless this wonderful country and for everyone being here tonight. And in closing, the future is dependent on what you do. God bless you guys, and roll tide. God bless.
My father's black. My mother's white.
Okay.
My father raised me, so I identify with how I was raised, who I grew up with, stuff like that. So my point is, I can identify as black and get hired under a DEI, so to speak, saying that I don't get all the proper flight hours, I'm a bomb pilot, all that. But you see me, you immediately see that I'm white. That's not cause for you to concern and be like, I wonder if this guy's got it. You see me, right?
Well, again, just going back to what I said.
Yeah.
A white individual does not have special hiring quotas or practices that are giving them an extra leg up. In fact, it's the opposite. So let me use a similar analogy. At Harvard, white and Asian students had to get 200 or 300 points better score on the SAT than comparable Pacific Islander, Native American, or black students. And this happens across the board. This is happening in medical schools. This is happening in surgical practices. So your example aside, you immediately assume when you see a macro trend that affirmative action and DEI means we're going to elevate race above competency. And I think every single person in this audience, if you go into a surgery and all of a sudden your doctor comes and he says, hey, I was hired because of DEI. I really don't know what I'm doing. You're about to go under. We're about to operate on your kidney. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not going to say diversity is our strength. You want the best surgeon. Now, a more important question to ask me is, Charlie, do you believe that black pilots can be qualified? Of course. Any individual can be qualified. I want a hiring quota and program that only cares about qualification, not skin color. And thirdly, I would say, why does United Airlines care so much about the color of the pilots that are flying them? Shouldn't they just want the best pilots? When you guys are flying from Vegas to Dallas or Vegas to Chicago, are you going to feel safer or more comfortable when you hit turbulence if you have a diverse pilot? Or if you have a cockpit of the most qualified people that are there that have proven that they know how to land and fly planes?
Yeah. Thank you. Just want to ask one more thing for that. How do you, because I saw the video. You used the Harvard perspective as well there. How do you feel about legacies in that regard? Because legacies obviously have a leg up in getting into certain institutions just based on who went there before them that is close to them.
How do I feel? I think legacies are somewhat against merit, to be consistent.
Yeah.
So I mean,
just want to make sure you're consistent.
But I will say though that the study of legacies have been done because their parents are smart. They're usually actually pretty smart, and so the moving average is that legacies aren't nearly as unqualified as some affirmative action people. But there are plenty of unqualified legacies that get into Ivy League institutions. To be consistent.
Sweet. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right. Next.
My name is Micah, and just a quick question. I get a lot of like flack and crap for being black and conservative. So like Malcolm X in the '60s said that black people are only used as a political football for white liberals. For white liberals, yeah. What would you say that your best argument is to like disprove that fact and whatnot?
Well, I kind of agree with Malcolm X, if that's okay to say. I don't know if you're asking me to disprove that, but
no, like prove that it was true.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So just to understand, Malcolm X, kind of a mixed bag. I don't agree with everything he believed in, but Malcolm X was totally right on this. Malcolm X railed against white liberals that were trying to use the black population for their own personal gain, and boy was he right. And so you kind of look at, just look at one public polling poll, right? Where the question is, do you support defunding the police? Most black communities don't support defunding the police. Who supports defunding the police are like upper white liberals on the northeast side of New York. It's like there's this huge disconnect. And so, look, but if you look at an even more fundamental, deeper level of this, I think what is most interesting and most important is that like black culture in America is completely disconnected from white liberal metropolitan culture. And they're actually at the exact opposite. You could speak, and you might disagree, but at least my experience and the black conservatives I spend time with is that this like trans issue is the least popular in the black community of all the communities in the country. It's like it's the least popular, especially when it comes to like men. They're like, what? Are you kidding me? And yet it's being pushed by white liberals on a party where they're the most reliable voting demographic, right? And so, look, put simply is that I believe that white liberals running the entire apparatus have taken for granted the average black voter. They think it's just already baked in. And at the very least, it's like you have to compete for the vote, right? In black communities across the country, you have failing schools, rising crime, and deteriorating households, and the same political decisions keep on being made over and over again. So, yeah, I can help you unpack that further, I suppose, but it really kind of goes down to this, which is, what is the best for a human being regardless of color? The best for human beings is to be able to own property, get a fair education, have streets that aren't widespread with crime. These issues should not be controversial at all. It shouldn't be controversial to say that we want school choice, we want better schools, all these sorts of things. So happy to unpack that further. But let me just ask you a question. Being a black conservative, how does the black community treat you in that way?
So my barber, I get my haircut in Fayetteville, and every time I sit down in the chair, he's asking me all kinds of questions, and he gives me all these stats, and I don't even know if any of them are actually true, but he says them confidently enough to where they might be true. And I just have to sit there and take it. I don't know what exactly stats, to refute those
Sure.
with.
It's not your job.
So, I just get, and all my uncles and everybody just rails on me. I've been called, Uncle Tom,
Yep.
every name in the book.
There's a great movie. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
I've seen
yeah,
it,
with Larry Elder and the
and
great
Candace
Candace
Owens,
Owens. Yeah. So let me just kind of encourage you, though. You got to keep holding the line. You're not alone. There's a growing community of black conservatives across the country that are sick and tired of the one-stop shop monolithic thinking. The great Larry Elder, as I mentioned, Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum have been helping lead this charge. You are not alone. They want you to make you feel alone. And I just want to say we have your back 100%. So God bless you.
Were you romantically linked with Churdleys or Hassan Piker?
Hassan Piker? Ew. I did a photo shoot with him once.
Wait, why'd you say ew to that?
It's just funny because he's, I don't know, I just haven't thought about that. But Churdleys is
why
my
is that-
best friend,
why is
and
that
we have
ew?
a fake marriage. marriage thing going on for the past 2 years.
Yes, I saw the fake baby photos and the
Yeah.
baby doll. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for stalking my page.
No, it wasn't stalking. It was just what's it called? Opposition research. I
But
guess.
why
you could
do
say.
people think I have a thing with Hassan?
I don't know.
Like, who said that?
Did you?
No, I met him once.
Oh, okay. It was for a photo shoot then.
Yeah.
You have. I saw you had a pet possum too.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on. There is a photo on your Instagram that I object to. We can't pull it up, and maybe Andrew might want to weigh in on this. Maybe, I don't know. You took a photo of a naked man with a Bible over his private parts.
Yes.
Don't you? I'm curious. I have 2 questions for you. First question: don't you think it's a bit disrespectful to Christians to?
I'm Christian.
As a Christian, I find that very disrespectful.
You're a Christian?
Yes.
Actually,
and I
or
figured if
is that
people
your
like to look at naked men, this is a good way to promo the Bible.
naked?
Was this your
Okay.
like photo shoot? You
Blasphemy! Blasphemous! Send her to the stakes. She's a witch! Blasphemy!
You set up?
Yeah.
Like this was your idea?
Now I have a question though. So, would you be willing to do that with the Quran?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right. I mean.
Yeah. So do
I
you mind
disavow
if I dive in on that just a little bit? So you set up a photo shoot where you put a Bible around a man's genitalia.
Yes.
What was the point of that?
Oh, to promo the Bible.
It was to promo the Bible.
Yes, I feel like kids these days don't read enough books.
You sold some Bibles?
Yeah. So I just curious. Did you throw the Bible away?
No, it was at the place where they had props. That was one of the props. So I didn't have to buy it, I didn't have to throw it away. I picked it up and I left it where it was.
As a Christian, do you know what the word sacrilegious is?
Yeah, I'm not that type of Christian. I don't believe in that.
What kind of?
What type of Christian are you?
Not the type that you just said.
Yeah, I don't know what that means though. What type of Christian are you?
Oh, I believe that there is a God and he controls the simulation and that's about it.
That's
I
not
believe it to
Christianity.
be, no, I
That's
believe
like-
him to be like, like the old white dude, God.
Yeah, are you in Scientology? Yeah.
No, I don't
God
fuck with
make-
Scientologists.
Didn't God make bodies? Shouldn't we celebrate bodies? What's so bad about bodies?
Yeah, so, I mean, wait, before we get into that, if you don't mind, when you say that you're a Christian because you believe in some simulation theory or something like, what does that have to do with Christianity?
Oh, I believe the white God controls the simulation.
I think that you're just a troll, honestly.
No, why the fuck is everyone making fun of me? Like, I'm just trying to state my opinion here.
No, you don't believe in Christianity
No,
and
I
believe
do. I was
that you're
forced
in
to
a
go to church as a
simulation
kid.
theory because there's a white
No,
God
there's
in
a
the
lot
sky.
of correlation
Clearly
between
just making shit up
simulation
as you
theory
go.
and Christianity.
Why don't you just tell me what Christianity is?
There's a God and there's a Son and there's a Holy Ghost.
Okay, what is it? What
It's a religion.
What does being a Christian mean?
So it's like a stem from Judaism, actually.
Yeah, what does it mean?
And then
to
also
be a
depends
Christian,
what
though?
kind of Christian. Like, you're talking about Protestant or?
Yeah, any Christian.
Okay, well that's a stem from the Catholic Church.
Yeah, what is it though? What does it mean to be a Christian?
Oh, it's just that you have faith in God.
No, there's nothing. No.
Wait,
God,
what- are
I
you
mean,
Christian?
So, would you consider?
Wait, 1 second.
people
Are
who
you
have
Christian?
Faith in God who are Muslims to be Christians then, if that's
No,
the
their
criteria?
faith is in Allah, which is also cool. I have a question. Are you
yeah,
Christian?
but that's not Christian, right?
Wait, but are you Christian?
Yes,
Okay, what kind of Christian?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, we're gonna have some disagreements.
No, we're not going to listen. All you have defined Christianity is as the belief in a God. But there's thousands
no,
of different
believe in the
cultures
white
have
God
belief
that
in
has a
God
son
who
named
clearly aren't
Jesus.
Christians. So hang on, stop. What's the separation that makes one a Christian versus a pagan or
pagan
somebody
believes
who's
in
Jewish or
many
somebody?
gods.
Go ahead.
Just leave it.
Okay,
Go
pagans.
ahead.
Oh, pagans believe in many gods. Christians, I believe in the Holy Trinity, which is one God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but you can have pagans who believe in only monotheism. You have Muslims who believe in monotheism. What is the distinction
I
between
mean, the
a
Muslim
Christian
God
and
and the
them?
Christian God is the same thing.
Yeah, what is the distinction between what is a Christian and what is them?
Sorry, I have to take my medicine. Christianity, in the modern sense, is a stem from Martin Luther, yes, he wrote a book and he was hiding, and then he was hiding in an attic. He wrote a book.
Oh my God.
And we can finally
yeah.
read Christian in German and English.
I'm done.
And there's no more Latin.
Are you a performance artist?
Me?
Yeah.
I wish.
No, you told. I mean, as an artist myself, it's.
What kind of art do you do?
I paint, and I consider myself a weird performance artist too. It's like
Oh my God.
satire almost. Like
Yeah, you're just feeding the troll at this point.
you're good at it, but it's.
Bro, Nick, you're missing.
Sorry, what? Oh my God. I'm convinced of the troll thing.
Medication. They got it. Ooh. Wake up, America!
Can you read what the labels say on her medications?
It's flipped this way.
Huh?
It's flipped towards us.
Oh, my
What?
privacy, dude. My medical history, man.
Yeah, you can see the labels.
Can you read it for me, please?
Oh. 1 tablet by mouth every 3 times a day.
I don't. What is the name of the medication?
Oh,
Oh my God, it's like a fucking daycare tonight.
Doxycycline.
Wait, which one did I miss?
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm dumbfounded.
So you always take your medication at 7:05 p.m.
7:05 because I'm supposed to take it with food. You guys, anybody have some food?
There's tortilla.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, most are some are morning, some are night.
Yeah.
I thought you said you only take one medication.
Oh, I lied.
Knowing you'd have to take them on the show.
She said I lied.
This is like, I think I have a pretty good read on, and Nick, just leave it on her. Are you putting powder on the table? Okay, she's, she's here trolling.
Whoa,
Wait.
dude. Come on.
You switched away? Yo, what are you doing?
What?
Performance.
No, you're not. No. No. You're not real.
Hold on.
There's something wrong with this girl. What the fuck?
This-
You just let her do that?
Girl, you know it's all over your face. You
Grid
know.
One Motorsports donated $200.
Here, Nick, you might have to do.
I believe this Lydia is wrecked
Yeah.
and acting in complete bad faith. She is adding nothing to the conversation, Frank Castle.
Yeah.
This
Hey,
is
fuck
Sparta.
you, Grid. Donate.
Dude.
Oh, no, the donate is after.
You look.
Yes.
Okay, you need to leave.
Wait, really?
Yeah, you need to leave.
Why?
You need to leave.
For what?
I'm trespassing you from my studio. Kindly leave.
I'm sorry.
Wait, but I was invited.
Your invitation has been revoked. Can you kindly leave?
Yeah, you played your hand too quick. You could have maybe.
Bitch, you think I want to stay on this shit for 6 hours? Also, if you tell me
Can
to
you
leave one more time, my raccoon will bite you.
Yo, can you just leave?
She's a geek.
Can you just leave? Can you just leave? Look,
Get out of here.
I get that you're trying to troll, but like, can you please?
I can't believe I
Can
drove
you
5 hours.
Can you please respect the other people that have, like, taken their time to be here?
I drove 12 fucking hours.
Like these people, some people flew in. Can you just kindly leave? Like, we get your trolling, but I have revoked your permission to be here.
Okay.
You are now trespassing.
Okay.
Can you kindly get up and leave?
Wait, but I don't want to go yet.
Doesn't matter.
You can't even have the camera on your face, girl.
Yeah, let's just... Why? What's wrong with my face?
Can you please just, here, you need to get up and leave.
We're over the theatrics.
Look.
The camera's not even on you.
I mean, just call, I mean, are you recording? Okay. So, I mean, she's refusing to leave.
Can we just like take a little break? Like I feel
Oh,
really.
no, hold
I
on,
feel
hold
so
on. Just
uncomfortable
stop. Let
here.
me.
I don't feel like I don't want to be next to her. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm gonna get up.
I'm asking you to leave.
I'm sorry.
I need you to get up and leave.
This is embarrassing.
You can't.
It's just.
If they call the police, you will be arrested.
Look,
No one's gonna arrest me for this.
Yes,
You're
they can.
trespassing.
I have revoked your permission to be here. You are now trespassing.
Okay.
So I'm asking you to just get up and leave.
Do you want someone to call the police?
Yeah, the other thing is like, you're not really a very good troll. You kind of suck at it, and you're not doing any favors.
Hold on. You're part of this too because this is who you invited.
We're friends.
Are you co-signing her behavior?
I don't co-sign anything. I'm just her friend.
This isn't objectionable to you at all?
I'm on
Look,
a ride.
that
Oh.
okay. Then did you know she was going to do this?
I don't know how any of this goes. I don't know about her medication.
Okay,
schedule.
so now you're legally not allowed to be here. I have just trespassed you from my property. So I'm asking you kindly to leave.
Okay.
Brian, I'm gonna call the cops. Yeah. Can somebody call the police?
It's so easy to just leave
Can
and
you just
not
leave,
drag
like-
this on.
Wait, no, Brian, I have
Do
a
not
question.
drag this.
No. Hold on, Nick. Intro, Nick.
You see
We're guys, we're trying to get her to leave, but she's not leaving. Nick, get on the intro.
And you're gonna go to county jail.
Dude,
This is county
like,
jail.
you're not.
This is county. This is.
Then you better leave right now.
Isn't supervised by the county.
It's too late now. They called.
We have a girl who's refusing to.
Now they're not gonna probably let you leave until you get arrested.
Yeah, now they're gonna have to wait for the new phone. But you do acknowledge you like affected everyone else on this here. That
This is a political statement for you.
Simple, easy podcast.
why
a very good political
did you even get
statement.
on here? Like, if you don't like it, why'd you even come?
Oh.
Raccoon, yeah.
Don't forget that.
She's refusing to leave. She might be under the influence of something.
Able to maybe avoid getting arrested.
Dumb in front of everyone. Like, when I watch this, I'm always yelling at it. Like,
Do you
this gave him to somebody else.
Yeah.
I'm not making spending money. It was over $90.
You're being a.
I literally came on here. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
You not
I fucking
show
hate
that.
women.
Not
Oh
all
my
of us
God.
women are freaking bad. You're the victim. You're the victim. The cops are coming for you.
Like when someone's recording and they're clearly in the wrong, and it's like, why would you post that? Like the
I was supposed to, one thing, I was supposed to just be kind. That's all my kind. And I'm fucking.
What is going on?
I just don't like. You had to like. Is this how she usually acts? Like, is this a normal behavior? Like this.
Not all women are stupid, just like not all women.
You know exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like they see these, they see like
It's fucking called the police.
because she knows that she knew exactly what she was doing.
As a friend, you tell
What did?
Say that, now I can go.
What you think that?
This is insane.
This is insane.
I tell them the first fucking statement.
You yeah, the first second. You literally called it the first fucking question. Literally just her age and her.
I feel like it started to unravel when I said, "Are you a performance artist?" Yeah. Well,
She introduced herself. It was so fucking
yeah.
The sling. I saw her.
Yeah.
Fake. And
That
she's
was a
the
little-
raccoon. I mean, she's a clear troll.
Eccentric at first, I thought.
And she's really gonna get arrested. She really wants to get arrested.
But did she actually say that she didn't sign the form?
She probably wrote "fuck you" or something on it.
Well, she signed it. Doesn't it mean that technically this footage can't be used then? And then it screws everyone over?
If she didn't sign it.
I have no idea. I think she did sign it, but it was like in another language.
Maddie took a picture of it.
Yeah, but that's still something. Doctors do that all the time.
I'm just like,
Because that would be really screwed up though if she didn't sign it. Because then it's like, oh, you can't use any
Who
of
are
it.
you, stupid fucking bitch? What are you talking about? Like, look at this shit.
You need to go to a behavioral health hospital. Inpatient. 72 mandatory stay.
Unbelievable.
Involuntary. She should be committed involuntarily.
All right, guys.
I hope she gets arrested. I really do.
it's all over Macy.
At least we'll have a little bit more room.
Ah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, I need to take. So I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know if like. Jesus Christ! I'm taking.
If I'm gonna be honest, that like was a total kill, and I really don't want to be here anymore because that made me so uncomfortable.
I know that was.
Represent this panel.
Like I'm actually shaking right now. Like that was not.
That
good.
was.
At one point, weren't you like holding it? She just give you.
No, she was like on me. The raccoon was on me. Can I sue for that? Like I do not want to.
I'll be right back.
That was terrifying.
I mean, it was like I was gonna fucking tell Brian to kick her off because obviously she was trolling because she sat here. She told us that she found the raccoon already taxidermied, and then she said it was her pet. So it's like okay.
She looks like she has a powdered. Did you say a powder donut? Like, come on, you.
Yeah.
She. That was so far.
It's like it's wild to me. So she came up here. She did this because she doesn't like the manosphere. She doesn't like the red pill stuff. She thinks that Brian just gets up here and humiliates women all day. What did you just do? You just humiliated women. Like you just made us look fucking stupid.
Whatsoever.
Like what? How is that helping anything?
I'm so embarrassed.
Like it's so. And y'all call me Cuckoo Kiko. What? Like, I've never.
Oh, Kiko,
ever.
I've actually watched videos with you, like your intense debates, and and when I first saw you, I was like, oh my gosh, that's Kiko. Like,
Why do you think I said hi to you and Madison first? I'm a fan of this podcast. Like, I genuinely watch it and I sit there and I'm like yelling at the screen because I like, and you know, I was just like, well, shoot, might as well send a message. Never thought I'd actually get on. And like, finally get on and this dumb bitch is gonna
And honestly, I have to say you are much more pretty in person.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, you're so pretty on camera.
You really are gorgeous.
You're so
perfect,
pretty.
like perfect complexion.
Thank you guys.
Really pretty.
You look like symmetrical.
You're
so pretty. You're so pretty.
That's all about
Yeah, you can stop.
Yes.
All right. So hold on, guys. Let me just address this really quick.
Here we go.
Okay, guys. So just the girl in the corner there, she wanted to bring that girl. They're friends, I guess. I've taken them out of the. It's kind of unfortunate because I had some things for her, but whatever. It was kind of clear from the beginning she was trolling, but I mean that went like
South.
Very sideways.
I mean, and we like the thing is like, okay, you don't like the whatever podcast, cool, but like all you guys came from out of town, like that's, and like, okay, do your troll then leave.
Right.
But like I've trespassed you. We could have like, I mean, I didn't want to open up the liability. Like we could have.
Physically, couldn't you charge her for what she just kicked over too? Like it's in the contract,
it's
right?
in the contract.
Yeah, we're gonna we're going to we're gonna probably litigate that. So.
I wish she wouldn't leave.
Wild.
I hope they were waiting for her downstairs.
Anyway, we can maybe like.
I really do.
They got there that fast.
Yeah, we're gonna have. So very sorry, guys. It's gonna take us a couple more minutes to get everything back together. And give me just a sec, guys. I need to do a couple things here. So,
How old
can you guys wipe down the table a little bit?
22, I think.
Okay.
23.
Okay.
She also had the champagne too.
Yeah.
I think we need to like Clorox it. Or so that is past a cry for help.
Ours out there. It's still out there. So.
That's not a cry for help. That girl deserves to be locked up.
This little town in Isla Vista, it's only like 4x4 block radius, has its own police department.
Yeah.
And that's controlled by the sheriff's department. So they get here in 2.2 fucking seconds.
At least they come.
Yeah. Well, this is a college town.
In LA, they don't.
Yeah, like if
They make you wait anywhere from 2 to 4 hours.
In Goleta or something, it could have been different, but this is the UC. Like this is a college town, so they have their own.
Did you go to ASU in person? Like
online?
Online.
I just started there online.
Okay.
I went to UCSB for like 3 years, and I just decided to move.
Okay. Yeah.
We're gonna be back to the show in just 2 minutes. Everybody's gonna rejoin us. We have a special edition coming. I want to. Let me just hold on, guys. If you can just be quiet here for a sec. I'd like to apologize to our panelists. I had no idea. Like, frankly, had I kicked her initially when she started trolling, she probably would have pulled that out immediately. It's incredibly rude that she did that to you guys, because I know some of you guys flew here, some of you drove here, you spent money here, you spent money. Sorry guys, I'm like kind of in a flight or flight now, because she was like trying to press up on me fucking back, and I'm like, we can look, I trespassed her. Technically we could have removed her by force, but I don't want the headache of like she's gonna so it's like technically she was trespassed. We could have removed her by force, but I was like, we're not gonna, let's just fucking whatever. In any case,
extremely patient.
I cannot.
I thought Nick was gonna pick her ass up.
But
I would have done it. Jeez.
Yeah,
I respect Brian. Seriously, all respect for you.
Would have tussled with her.
I mean, I would have maybe just grabbed her by the arm and like tried to.
Sorry, that raccoon was right on
and drag her down. Grab her by her raccoon and drag her down.
That's why I told her she screams in my ear again.
So, I also want to apologize to the viewers. The girl, she was a +1 to the girl who was in the corner there. I mean, I thought she was like kind of this quirky girl, whatever. She had this kind of quirky Instagram, but like that was some like pretentious performative fucking bullshit.
How linked is she with Hassan Piker?
I saw on her Instagram she did a photo shoot with him. I think that's the extent of their relationship. Look, if you come on and troll, like whatever, the way she was doing it before, it's like it's kind of fucking annoying, but whatever. But like when you do that, frankly, that was like super fucking creepy. I think it made the girls really uncomfortable.
It was scary. It was scary.
I've done a lot of crazy shit, but that was like that was so fucking crazy.
Please
I'm
do
sorry,
not respect. She does not represent this panel, please.
No, just her and the girl next to her, because that's her homie. So
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you should charge her for that.
No, she definitely damaged some of our property.
Talk about this with my therapist. I'm gonna send her.
No, it was
Anybody
creepy
knows
as
her?
fuck.
Emergency meeting. No, send me
Here,
your
wait.
Venmo so I can request
I think I need to adjust the
$10.
cameras a little bit too, maybe.
That's my copay.
No, she did actually do some property damage in here, guys. Unfortunately, you didn't see it behind the scenes, so I don't know if it's worth my time to litigate it. You know, we have a.
What did she go after?
She kind of fucked up. I mean, luckily the stream continued, but she fucked up our router. Yeah, and then it's just ridiculous.
That was crazy.
That was.
Anyways, should we go around the table with
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
question?
Waste our time on her.
Yeah. Let's forget about
You
it.
guys took too much of our time already.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate that had to be like our last, for that to go down on our last show of the.
Of course it was.
That was
What do you mean? It was internet gold. It was great. I don't know what everyone's complaining about. Some lunatic with a taxidermy out. Raccoon freaks out on the whatever pod. It's internet gold. I don't know what anybody's
Andrew,
complaining
you
about.
weren't
Great.
here.
Were they?
I know.
like-
I feel shaky.
I mean, like for me, even though that's that's content, like I don't want that fucking energy. Like it's just, like it's not worth it. Like I
Bad
don't
faith
want
content.
No,
Yeah.
I don't want that fucking energy. Like with our podcast, she was. Like
It was so
the fucking raccoon. Like haha, that's kind of
Yeah.
funny. But like that other weird. Like then it gets into like this kind of fucking dark. Like that shit. That was.
That made me uncomfortable. No,
Well,
she.
and there were
I don't want to
moments
bring
where
it
was
up.
like,
I don't want to
did
bring
she
it up
help him?
again, but she
Yeah,
did
let's-
mention a lot of inappropriate.
That's not true. You feel me? That's not true. Brian, never compare Quran to the Bible. The Quran is the word of God. Your Bible is written by humans that never saw Jesus. You feel me? It has over 100 eye test witnesses that saw Jesus, that saw him. They saw him. You're just making, you feel me, you know, some juxtaposition claim. You know, that shit is annoying. Anyway.
Things that were like really sensitive.
And then the screaming, when she started screaming, I'm like, oh, this bitch is.
Yeah, and also like
we don't
we
know what she
were.
fucking snorted. She did snort it, regardless of what it was.
Yeah.
She still,
Here, let's-
Or sorry, she did do whatever it was that she was doing.
I'm like dumbfounded.
She's trying to get you banned. Like
Honestly.
just.
She's trying to get you banned.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then we would have to.
Actually, I don't know how many eyewitnesses. I don't want to be inaccurate. I don't know. That's about witness. Bro, it's a simple answer. This is why I hate this stuff. It's a simple answer. Google did not be on that. Nah, I'm just, that's what I'm saying. I'll just be saying stuff like, I'll be capping out my mouth. Cap. More than 500. How many? I said 100, bro. I thought I said too many. According to in the Bible, more than 500 of Jesus' followers saw him after his resurrection. At the same time, the passage is 500. Almost, you feel me? Over 500 eyewitnesses. Cause you know it was more, bro. But that shit is crazy.
I mean, we would just litigate that. So I mean, it's.
That was scary.
It's not a big deal. Like we have in our contract. I mean, sometimes in California it's can be difficult to enforce this, but we have a liquidated damages clause in the contract. So I mean, we'll probably
Pursue something.
we'll pursue something.
What do you think?
We'll probably
Pursue something.
we'll pursue something. I mean, we'll have to see though. So, also Nick, technically, I mean, did you see her? We could perhaps technically go after her assault because she was stepping at me. So, not battery, but we might be. Actually, you know what? Should we talk? Oh, fuck it, whatever. Okay, let's continue. All right, we'll continue on with the show. All right, Jesus Christ, bruv.
Should we go around with the questions
I
that
just-
were asked in the TTS?
Did the Grid One Motorsports TTS come through?
Motorsport?
Like the
I believe that was the one that she
Here.
yelled at.
Hide.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. I believe this Lydia is wrecked and
Maybe I
acting
should have
in
not-
complete bad faith.
Yeah.
She is adding nothing to the conversation, Frank Castle. This is Sparta. Also, may God have mercy on your soul, cause I can find none.
Yeah, exactly. He figured her out early on, just like we did.
Oh, I mean, I knew there was
He
some
knew
weird shit.
instantly. Grid One, always on it. He's like, there's a screw loose here. She's up to no good. He had her pegged pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that there was like, I just didn't think it was gonna go to that level of like, yo, once it's like, yo, get the fuck
The
out.
bit's over, leave. Once the bit's done. Like,
Yeah, like you don't. If you've been trespassed from somewhere, like you gotta fucking go. So, all right. Let me see. Are we still on members only? Or oh shit. Sorry guys. I'm gonna open it up to all the chatters. Sorry guys. We're gonna continue on with the conversation here. Let me get these things out.
Derailed.
Fuck.
I hope the police
I think this was
There's only three things that stop us from that vision of the future: the body, the environment, and time. How you think, how you act, and how you feel is called your personality. And your
I absolutely disagree that there should be forgiving cheating of the partner in the marriage. I think there should be absolute commitment. I mean,
Not
I can
forgiving?
only
Wait,
speak from my marriage.
I didn't understand what you said. No
Well,
cheating?
you mentioned that women, the way man operates, and it is okay for the woman to accept that he is cheating.
I don't think she should accept. No, that's not what I said. I said when a man cheats, it's not like a woman when she's cheating. And if your
I
man
don't thi-
cheat on
yeah.
you, not every day, not excessively, but if your man cheated on you one time when you had to travel or something, you don't break marriage, kids, history, everything just for him cheating one time.
And
if
there should
you're,
be-
if you're under, I mean, if you guys are, exclusive, and that has always been the thing, and you go out on a work trip and you literally can't keep it in your pants for like whatever.
What does it speak for your relationship?
But when you, let's
Woman
say
and
you're
man should-
45 and you already lived with a man for 10, 20 years and you have kids with him and you break up with him for one cheating, you're going to want to get screwed, not him. You're the one that you don't have value in the market. You already have history. You're not going to go out to the market with 2, 3 kids alone just because he cheated on you. You break your whole life.
In a relationship, there should be
Think about
100%
it.
commitment to each other, and that goes for body, soul.
If you get to
for
that
everything.
point where you're 45 years old and you want to talk about an open marriage, then by all means.
I don't
But
believe in
if
open
you're-
marriage. I think it's devilish.
So you don't
And
believe?
so you think it's
I
more
don't get this
devilish
'cause
than a man going off?
I'll explain to you,
and-
Andrew, if you give me the time. I will explain. 'cause I
not
think
you. No, I understand your position.
Oh.
Right. I was so over to the gal on the left.
Open marriages.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Can you tell me your name again?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you. Yeah, you got to speak in the mic, or I can't hear you. You got
Oksana.
to right in the mic, or I can't.
In the
hear
mic.
you.
In the mic.
I'm looking at him. My name is Oksana.
Okay, Oksana.
Yes.
Why?
Okay,
so-
S-A-N-A.
So she makes a valid point, right? She's asking this question. She's saying, look, let's say that this guy, he's out on the road. You have a big fight, right? You're in some tooth and nails kind of verbal brawl, and he meets some chick at the bar, and he sleeps with her, and he instantly regrets it. And he tells you, look, I'm sorry I made this mistake. He comes clean about it. You have children with him, things. Like that, you're saying you can't work through that? That's impossible to work through?
For me, it would be, for me personally.
Yeah, I know for you, but you said prescriptively you disagree that should ever be the case in a marriage,
yeah.
right?
So you see, that was my mentality. I mean, I would be okay with that 20-something years ago before I got here, and I saw that there is actually a different way of building the relationship. And through my husband, he introduced me to Jesus Christ. So my husband, he introduced me to Jesus Christ. So based on their religion, of course, and the standards,
yeah.
I mean, the cheating is just not. It's one partner.
No, the church would not recommend that. The church would recommend that you stay together with your family and did everything you could to work through on the marriage.
Yeah,
the church
but
would not recommend divorce. The church, no,
the
that's
church
not
also
Christian ethic.
church
That's not
also
Christian ethic.
recommends to stay loyal to your partner for both sides.
Yes, yes. I understand. That is true. Cheating is immoral from the Christian worldview. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Hang on. I agree that that's completely immoral. However, there's nothing unchristian at all about working through that situation with your spouse if it occurs. In fact, most churches would recommend you do so for the sake of keeping your family together.
But you see, that's where we come, starting from the root. It would not even cross our mind to cheat on each other to begin with, because we know that this is what is absolutely
I'm sorry, that's
unforgettable.
bizarre. You're a Christian, correct?
I am, and I'm learning more and more and more.
So you believe that the demonic exists, correct?
Of course.
And do you believe that the demonic has influence over people at certain times, especially when they're vulnerable or when they're going through something that's very hard and they could be influenced to do things they would not ordinarily
Especially
do?
if you're
Andrew,
vulnerable.
it would be my job as a wife to know that my husband needs some kind of support, whether it is emotional or physical or whatever. And the true core of the relationship in my mind is for my husband to come to me and open up his soul, become vulnerable, feeling comfortable, become vulnerable with me, to share with me what ain't working for him.
Yes,
so
listen,
we would be able to work on it, to fix it,
Sorry,
to
Eastern
avoid
European
any
is
type of
different.
cheating.
I think that everyone is capable of cheating. Everyone is capable of cheating. It is
I'm not.
if you are
I'm not.
super committed to your man.
So
like
you're
you
completely
are,
immune to wait. So you're the only Christian on planet Earth who's completely
Andrew, let her
immune to the
finish.
demonic.
Hold on, let her finish. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Sorry, yeah. Again, everyone is capable of cheating. I think that if you are going into it with, this is the
But you can stop it from building. What that means is we can't stop our thoughts. Lustful thoughts are going to always pop up. Sinful thoughts are going to always pop up. Feelings are always going to come and go. We can't stop these things from coming in and out of our mind, but we can stop them from sitting. Yeah. Don't let the bird build a sit, swat it off. I'm gonna stand firm, and I'm gonna stay to the word, just like Jesus did for me. But that's what the enemy wants you to do. He wants you to just stand. You done already did it. You done already, you know what I'm saying? Crack, boy. Might as well stay. God is forgiving. He'll forgive you. That mindset will hurt you because it only leads to destruction. It only leads to more hurt, more pain, more problems. Or we can make the decision. Nah, I don't need that. I'm gonna follow God. Spirit, I repent right now in the name of Jesus, and I turn away from that old flesh, and I walk in the Spirit. And I just need your help, and I need your guidance as I push closer to you. Amen. That right there, blessed. That's the mindset that God wants everybody to reach. And you just gotta stay in that zone. You gotta stay in that mindset. And we cannot go back to the darkness. Darkness will always be darkness. Lights will lead you to more light.
Attention, 2 significant blessings are coming this week, and you must not ignore them. Firstly, there is someone who is deeply interested in you and wants to become an integral part of your life. This person loves you very much. She is not just thinking about you, but she also imagines a bright future for both of you. Interestingly, this person shares the same initial as the 4th person appearing on your WhatsApp list, which could be a significant sign of a potential relationship. Secondly, you are getting a surprising amount of money, an amount you have never seen before. This unexpected amount will not only cover your daily expenses, but will also bring profound changes to your life and that of your family. This will give you the opportunity to fulfill long-held dreams, such as buying a new house, a car, or achieving a significant life goal. To ensure these blessings manifest, it is crucial to take specific steps. First, follow this profile to connect with the blessings and show your support by liking and saving this special video.
The person that I want to spend the rest of my life with, this is the person that I want to be loyal to, then you will never put yourself in a position where there's the potential to cheat. I think we are all, again, capable of doing so. You just have to know what...
You got to choose the environment.
You have to choose the environment.
Not just
again, we're all capable of
But
doing
this is
it.
not the dispute.
Not
right?
just that we're capable, we
The
have-
dispute is not that you can't mitigate these things. The dispute is not that you shouldn't do these things. That's not the dispute.
And then I think it's
No,
completely
hang on. It's not the
dependent.
dispute. Can you tell? Hang on. Can you tell me what the dispute is here? Actually, what are we actually?
I
arguing
would not be even considering the alternative.
Not you. Not you. Hang on.
It's
hang on.
not
This is the gal I was just talking to. What are we actually arguing about here?
So working it out, right, after a man has cheated on you.
Right, right. So when we're talking about things that you can do so that that never happens, that really doesn't have anything to do with the actual dispute here, which is can a marriage be worked out after cheating? That's what the dispute is.
Okay, and then I just wanted to mention that about the cheating, but then to go on that, I think it's definitely just situational. If for some woman, in my case, the trust would be completely broken, and I don't think I could ever do that. I don't think I could ever go back. But I am with no kids, so I
It's
would
different.
understand. Yeah, I would understand if a woman who had kids chose to maybe go to marriage counseling, see a therapist
course.
together, and work it out. But again, I think it's very situational. I think there
Exactly.
isn't just a no. I would
Absolutely
never.
right.
Like you can't just kind of speak for all and say no. I would never go back to my person if they cheated on me, because again, everything is situational.
Yeah, I don't think that
agree
there's a
with you 100%.
problem with saying I have a 0 tolerance threshold for cheating and that's the end of the relationship. I think that that's fine. In fact, I would encourage it even. I'm just saying that I would not take this kind of broad brush from a Christian angle and say that if you're in a Christian marriage, that something like this can't be worked through, because clearly
It
this
can
does
be.
happen and people do work through it.
It can
Yeah,
be
yeah.
in a small percentage of cases. Yeah, but there has to
That's
be a
what I'm saying is
transformation
that
in
if the
person.
preference is breaking up the entire family,
not
right?
just
Losing your faith, everything in between that can come with the outcome of divorce, maybe it could be preferable to try to work these things out first.
In the small percentages, it is possible to fix.
Yo,
but there is,
Andrew, or go ahead.
But it takes
It's
really
not
a
just-
superb woman to to gain that trust factor towards her man. Because that normally creates insecurities in a woman, that she will be always questioning, like, he is going to a gym. Is he gonna see some pretty girls out there? It is just it's gonna be just killing the woman on the inside. It takes very, very superb woman to get the trust built inside of her, to trust her, to trust her man.
But women in general are over emotional.
That is true. And my grandmama hooked on heroin for 40 years. 40 years?
From every little thing, they make a big deal. It's not like a man that is manage his feelings different. You understand? A man can look at a woman and she come home with him and she give him a scene and freak out over this.
Oh,
you
it's
know?
a woman who is,
Andrew, should we, just going back to the marriage thing, I don't know if you'd be able to wrangle this. Should we get James Sexton to do a call in right now?
I never thought that the shirt I wore to school one spring morning would lead to a federal lawsuit, but the reaction from the adults running my school didn't leave me with much choice. My school spends all of June expressing its view on LGBTQ+ issues, and school officials encourage us to wear our Pride gear to celebrate Pride Month. Like my teachers and principal, I have beliefs too, and I'm not shy about sharing them. I believe there are only two sexes, male and female, and I believe what we call a person's gender, whether someone is man or woman, boy or girl, has everything to do with whether their sex is male or female. This view is backed up by science, and even though the administrators at my school would like me to think I'm alone in holding this view, I know I'm not. Many of my classmates agree. So, on that spring morning, I wore a shirt that got right to the point. There are only two genders. It was still first period when my principal pulled me out of class. I was told that people were complaining about the words on my shirt, that the words on my shirt might make some students feel unsafe.
Unsafe.
That's right. They admitted the possibility that some words on a shirt might make people feel unsafe
Might
was
make
enough
you
to
feel
silence my
unsafe.
speech.
The
Speech on a
truth.
topic that already floods the school. Rather than respecting my right to free speech, officials chose to censor me twice.
That's what they be doing to me, bro. big bad guy. Hate followers, bro. I hate those motherfuckers. Like, think for your gosh dang selves.
Welcome to another episode of Debate Night. We're joined by founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, and former press secretary to Bernie Sanders, journalist and co-host of Bad Faith podcast, Briahna Joy Gray. Tonight's topic is systemic racism in America. I'll start with you, Briahna. Can you start with your opening statements, please?
Sure. Well, thank you, Charlie, for the invitation. I'm glad to be here.
accepting.
Look, there are a lot of things that people struggle with in this country every day. 40% of Americans, even before this pandemic and the economic crisis that has accompanied it, couldn't respond to a $400 emergency. If we think of what that means, and we think of all of the emergencies that can come up that exceed $400 in cost, whether it's making rent, whether it's a medical bill, whether it's bailing someone out of jail, you can imagine a lot of circumstances that are really life-changing if you can't come up with that $400. And I just wanted to start by saying that because sometimes I think the conversations that we have, especially kind of in our professional context on the internet where there's a lot of different incentives to talk about a lot of different things, sometimes miss the forest for the trees. And so why I think conversations about systemic racism are ultimately important is because it's one factor among the many, the tapestries of things that are causing people not to be able to fully maximize their ability in our society. And I think people across the political spectrum talk a lot about freedom. It's one of our founding ideals as Americans. But I think often we talk about the freedom to do what we want affirmatively and not the freedoms from not, the restrictions that come when you aren't able to have your basic needs met. Have your basic housing needs, basic food needs, basic education needs, the things that you need to succeed. And for some quadrant, some cohort of Americans, systemic racism has been a barrier. And we need to talk about systemic racism because in a lot of people's imaginations, racism exists as, a bad guy in a Klan's hood and these kind of stereotypes, very explicitly denying people service, explicitly denying people a right to use the bathroom, the kind of racism that we understand from the 1960s. What we understand exists today is the aftershocks of a lot of those systems that were in place, not just interpersonal racism that existed at the time, but also the laws on the books that had real effects in terms of how people were able to grow and aggregate wealth at that time, and which has implications for the generations that have come since. So if you think about someone like myself, who's a relatively young person, whose parents were born before the Civil Rights era, were born in the Civil Rights era before civil rights were secured for Black Americans in this country. We're not talking about something long, long ago and far, far away. We're talking about laws in the books that prevented my relatives who served in wars from getting the same benefits in terms of low-interest GI loans to buy property that other Americans, that white Americans got. And that has a trickle-down effect in terms of how much wealth has been amassed by my community as compared to others. And I think it's not about blaming people. It's not about hierarchies of oppression. It's just about understanding that this is how the world was, and snapping our fingers and getting rid of those prohibitive laws isn't going to change the effects of those prohibitive laws unless we do so affirmatively.
Thank you, Briahna. Can we move on to Charlie?
Yeah, I'll make it short. I don't think systemic racism exists, so the burden of proof's on you. There's racism, individual racist, it's disgusting, reprehensible, we'll agree on that. But the systems themselves are not racist. There's nothing that I can do that you can't do. You went to Harvard, it's pretty awesome. I didn't, so that's not a racist country. So, yeah, the burden's on you to prove it.
Charlie, is it your belief that if there is one example
Shut up.
of something, that an anomalous example proves the rule
No, not always, but can you name one example?
of systemic racism?
Yeah.
So what did you think about the example I brought up in my opening remarks? The example of housing discrimination and redlining. Are
Like
you familiar
redlining? Yeah, so
with redlining?
you know Thomas Sowell's treatise on redlining?
I don't.
Yeah, you should read it.
What does it say? Are you able to tell me
Yeah,
in this
it's
moment?
actually right here. He said, redlining, do you know that whites were turned down for mortgages more than Asians?
I'm unclear what relevance that has
Because
to
it
the
wasn't
white-
racially based. The redlining myth, according to Thomas Sowell, which I'm sure you believe in, says, quote, nor did either the mainstream media or political leaders ever mention the fact that black-owned banks turned down black mortgage loan applicants at least as often as white-owned banks did. Why were blacks turning down their own people?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking
Obviously
about
you don't, because this is
well,
the
Charlie,
facts.
I would like to be very specific here. I'm
I
talking
was just
about,
very specific.
So I'm talking about the GI Bill, which allowed people who had served in our wars, including a lot of black Americans, to come back and
No,
get
you're talking
low-
about redlining, right? So this is
Well,
redlining.
no, this is connected to redlining.
No, which one do you want to talk about, GI Bill or redlining?
If you allow me to explain, this is connected to redlining.
Okay.
And I guess you don't understand that, but I'm happy to explain it to you right now if you just let me get this out. I promise you it won't be, it'll be worth the effort. The GI Bill gave low interest loans to people who had served in the war, right? And those loans were issued they were federally backed loans. So the banks would issue to people at a low interest rate so that they could buy homes and generate what we now understand to be the basis of middle class wealth in this country. What ended up happening was the process of redlining was that banks said, oh, we're only going to issue loans for you to buy in certain neighborhoods.
Right, black banks.
All banks.
Right, so why did
Charlie,
black banks do that?
The overwhelming majority of issuers in
No,
this
you got to
country.
answer the question. Why did black banks do that?
I will answer your question. But what I'm talking about is the overwhelming majority of issuers, just like today, even more so back then, the overwhelming majority of issuers were white-owned banks. And those banks redlined communities where they said, we will not issue to people who live in these communities. Now, what ended up happening, what that meant for black people, was because of what's called a restrictive covenant, which meant that in the law, in the covenant that attached to the land for a lease, many of them precluded black people from buying in those neighborhoods. So basically what happened was banks would only lend to people and give those low interest loans to people who were allowed to live in white neighborhoods, which meant that systemically, black people were not allowed, weren't able to take advantage of that same low interest loan program that enabled so many white people who ordinarily would not have been able to afford a house because they fought and served in our wars to do so. Now, how many black banks are in America, and how many black banks were in America in the 1960s,
if there's even one example,
Charlie?
that's the question.
No, because
but blacks were discriminating against themselves, and whites were being discriminated
this
more
is-
than Asian Americans.
This is what's so fascinating,
No, let
Charlie.
me answer this question. Why
Well,
was
did
black?
you want me to answer your question about
well,
black
you're not.
bank
You're
or not?
dodging and you're dancing.
No, I'm
so
happy to.
Very bluntly.
Let the record reflect that I'm happy to
Okay,
answer your question
answer it.
about black boners. My point is that
Answer the question.
before we started
Damn, he came out there. Chill, Charlie, chill.
this conversation, Charlie, you assured me that it would not be pugilistic
It's
in
not.
nature.
I'm asking you to answer a
And
question, and you're not doing that.
the question is how many black banks are in America at the time issuing those kinds of loans? Charlie, at the end of the day,
So you're not answering.
if you
I got
can
it. That's
point-
fine. No, that's
no,
okay.
Charlie,
So-
answer my question to you, which came first.
It's probably
actually.
a low percentage, but
My-
Thomas Sowell's scholarship, which is a
But
lot
Charlie,
more extensive
that's
than
a
yours,
logical fallacy.
says this.
Just
Well,
because you can find one counterexample.
do you know who Thomas Sowell is?
Of course I do.
Who is
He's
he?
a black conservative public intellectual who a lot of
who
people
won
respect.
a Nobel laureate for
But
his
Charlie,
research on this.
Charlie,
It's a big deal.
if you want to have a debate with Thomas Sowell, or if Thomas Sowell wants to have a debate with me, I'd be happy to do that. But I think that we two here can sit here as people with the ability to reason.
No,
and,
I agree,
think
but I'm going to
without-
trust Sowell more than you.
without-
I'm sorry. It's like, because
Well,
he
then
actually
why-
lived through this.
Well, why did you ask me here if you weren't interested in me explaining
Because
to you
I would
my
think that
perspective on the world?
you would at least have some response to this, which you don't, and that's fine.
Well, no,
Just
Charlie,
say you don't.
Charlie, if we're going to move forward, we're going to have to get back past this basic logical fallacy that you keep encountering.
Which one is that?
Which is that if one counterexample of the thing that satisfies your argument exists in the world, you seem to think that the gestalt of human existence doesn't matter.
No, there's a lot
So
more
if
than
I
one
can
example.
Find There are hardly any black banks in America today, Charlie, but you think that the existence of one black bank in 1963, who, according to you, based on ephemera, discriminated against a black person,
First of all, you're getting way too worked up. You are.
Undermines the entire reality of a white banking system that systemically did not issue loans.
Let me ask you another question.
Did you know, Charlie, that in 1947, there were 3,200 VA guaranteed loans in a random state, let's say Mississippi, and only 2 of them were issued to non-white borrowers? And it's not just the South.
Let me ask you a question, though.
In New York and New Jersey, there were 67,000 of these loans, and only 100 of those 60,000 went to non-white borrowers.
So
why do you think that was, Charlie?
Well, so let me ask you a question. First of course, it's partially racism, partially structural in the sense not that it's inequality.
So we have structural racism. So I don't understand what the argument is.
No, it's not. It's also because that blacks did not have their own capital accounts.
No.
It's also because of this.
No, it's not.
Let me ask you a question.
That's why we're talking about the GI
Let me ask you,
Charlie.
why is it that black incomes increased while redlining was also prevalent? Black incomes increased faster than white incomes.
What does income have to do with
everything?
No, Charlie.
If redlining was so terrible, why were blacks getting richer than whites in the 40s?
I don't think you're understanding.
No, answer the question. Why were blacks getting richer than the whites?
You don't understand. You don't understand. It seems like what redlining is.
No, I do.
No, Charlie. Your ability to buy a house is not the same thing as your ability to earn a higher income.
So your grandparents were harmed by redlining, is that right?
My great grandparents were.
So how'd you get to Harvard if it was so awful? Because if systemic racism is real, you went to the best school in the world. That doesn't make any sense.
You're saying that because racism exists, because I went to Harvard, racism can't exist.
No, I'm asking us a very simple question. If redline was so detrimental, how'd you get to Cambridge?
What is the relevance? Don't dodge the relevance.
No, it's very relevant.
Charlie.
Obviously, you're arguing against your own story.
No, I'm not.
Only in America's only in a country as unracist as America could someone like you, who says it's so racist and redlining, also go to Harvard, the best school on the planet.
Do you believe that during Reconstruction there was no racism? Do you believe that before?
How many acres did slaves get post-Civil War? 19 million acres blacks got.
You've accused me of interrupting you and not answering the question. How many? Do you believe there was racism prior to the end of the civil rights movement and prior to basically during Reconstruction after the end of the?
Of course there was. Do I think it actually had an impact?
Do you know that there were black people who went to Harvard during that period? Do you think that racism didn't exist because black people didn't go? That black people went to Harvard during that period.
The argument is that America became progressively less racist. You're the one that's focusing on race.
Wait.
I'm not.
No, Charlie. You asked me to have a conversation about race, but I am no racial expert. I'm a leftist who talks about socialism.
You're getting way too worked up.
No, Charlie. Don't also do that. Look,
you are.
I would be happy to come here and not talk about race. In fact, my whole career in writing is talking about a lot of racial overreaches on the left, critiquing the way that identity politics is used to have hierarchies of oppression in a way that ignores class as a key metric that cuts through communities. That's my whole thing. Why you asked me to come here and talk about race is a decision on you. Please don't put that on me.
Because you believe in a mythology. That's why. You believe in something that's akin to Zeus or Hercules. I mean, you believe in something that doesn't exist and never will, which is systemic racism. You're living proof at how unracist America is.
And apparently so is W.E. Du Bois.
Moving to the first question, since we didn't get to it, Brianna, is America systemically racist?
Well, there you go.
There's systemic racism, of course, in America. There's systemic poverty. There's a lot of... Look, I think we should probably start by talking about the word systemic, what the word systemic means. It means that we're not any longer talking about the realm of this person was mean to me, this person didn't give me a job because they didn't like the cut of my jib, or they didn't like that I was a woman, or they didn't hire me because I was pregnant, or any number of things that go on in people's lives. Those kind of one-off instances of oppression, discrimination, of course exist for people who are members of protected classes and people who aren't members of protected classes. I could not hire you because I don't like your shirt, and there's nothing the law can do about that, but of course that would exist, but that we wouldn't call that systemic oppression even if we would call that wrong. What we mean when we say systemic is that we have institutions in our country, whether it's something like our institution of laws, whether it's our prison system, whether it's our education system. And because we're human beings and because we're flawed as we're putting together these systems, because there's always room to perfect the systems that we have made by our own human fallible design, there are often the same kind of biases and interests that we have are baked into those systems. And it's not about someone necessarily sitting around nefariously saying, oh, I'm gonna get you, sucker. But the reality is when you look at the way the world is designed, and outcomes aren't always indicative of a problem, but sometimes they are. And so when you see something like, for instance, regardless of the race of the perpetrator, regardless of the race of the criminal, you are 4 times more likely to get the death penalty if the victim is white versus if the victim is black. Now, this is regardless if the person who did the killing was white or black. If you kill a white person, you're more likely to get the death penalty than a black person. This is an interesting thing to think about. Here's one that isn't explicitly about racial bias. It's about class bias that's built into our criminal justice system. We have a system that says if you get arrested and charged with a crime, but not convicted, innocent until proven guilty, many people are able to get out on bail. And your bail amount is tethered to, and bears some relationship to the nature of the crime. Sometimes you're not going to be released regardless because you're considered to be too dangerous. But many, many, many people are released based on an amount of money, and the people who wait outside, their bail is set, and the people who wait outside of prison happen to be people who can come up with $500, and the people who wait inside of prison, even for minor offenses like hopping a turnstile or something like that, are the people whose family couldn't come up with those small amounts. So we have a 2-tiered system that we can say wasn't designed to hurt poor people. It wasn't designed to hurt people who are disproportionately poor, who are black and Latino. But it has the effect of saying you get to be out of jail depending on whether or not your parents or your boyfriend or your friend or whomever happens to have $500. And some people would say that's evidence that the system was poorly designed to really take into account the real life realities of the world. So yes, do I think that systems like that exist? Obviously they do.
Okay.
I'll let you react.
So is
to that.
America systemically racist? No, we're the least racist nation ever to exist.
Well, those things aren't also mutually
Well,
exclusive.
both are true. We're not systemically racist.
There's another
we're
logical
also,
fallacy, Charlie.
Well,
I
I'm
gotta
saying
say.
2 independent true things. So America is not systemically racist. Also, we're the least racist country ever to exist in the history of the world. Can you say 2 true things in a row?
I'm not sure. I'd have to.
Go back to Harvard. Yeah.
Do you have a little chip?
Damn. Disrespectful.
Well, I'm saying 2 independent true things. So America is not systemically racist. Also, we're the least racist country ever to exist in the history of the world. Can you say 2 true things in a row?
I'm not sure. I'd have to.
Go back to Harvard. Yeah.
Do you have a little chip on your shoulder about Harvard?
No, I'm
Charlie?
impressed because it's like you're
Are
this
you impressed?
amazing contradiction. It's like we have to talk about systems of
What's the
oppression.
contradiction?
Your whole life. It's like you focus on systemic racism, and yet you should be talking about empowerment and prosperity, and you should be talking about how awesome this country is.
Have you heard
because
of
you went
Horatio
to
Alger?
Yeah,
Have
I
you
know
read
all
a
about
Dickensian
Horatio
story? Like,
Alger. I'm just saying though, like
the world is full of people,
the tone,
Charlie.
your whole political philosophy, I would think, would be one about gratitude and uplifting people, not about like identifying these mythological systems because of like some weird statistic. Because you say, well, someone who has the death penalty, who like they kill a white victim versus a black victim, like that.
Well, Charlie,
that's not exactly what I would focus my political career on.
It's not
like,
what I focus my political career on.
but
But you didn't
you
ask
used
me
it.
here to discuss what I focus my political career on. I would love to talk about class issues in America, but that's not the topic of this
No, I
debate
mean, I think
today.
that's actually more helpful and interesting. My whole thing on this, the race thing, is it's a distraction against our real problems in our country. We're not a racist country. The systems
But then,
aren't
Charlie,
racist
why
to
did
their
you
core.
design this debate this way? Because we
No,
could,
because
we
I-
could be talking about
you know
all
why?
of those issues.
Because instead-
this is your.
Well, you're
I don't have this
defending, you're
conversation on my
defending the position.
platforms.
So I let you talk a couple minutes uninterrupted. I would have loved to have done kind of like this cooperative eulogy of race politics in America. But you are saying that the systems are racist, and so I'm going to push back on that.
Well, you
So-
asked me if there was systemic racism. You didn't ask me
No, that's
if,
fine. I know
You
I
didn't
did.
ask me if there are opportunities in America for black people. You didn't ask me a single thing about how actually I have achieved what I've achieved in this country. You didn't ask me what I do love about America. You didn't ask me why I choose to live here even though I spent much of my life abroad elsewhere. You asked me questions to point it to, you asked me what is my critique of America, so I gave it to you.
okay, that's
and if you
fine.
want to talk about all the beautiful things I love about springtime in Washington, D.C., I'm happy to talk
We
about
can
that
go a
as
level
well.
deeper, but there's just no evidence America has any form of systemic racism. Again, I'll leave it to you to prove the point.
Charlie,
Yes.
moving on to the next question. How much does the 2-parent household affect social disparities in America?
Quite a lot.
I agree.
We agree.
Oh, that's-
I mean, I could go through some numbers, but yeah, I think
I
that's.
mean, it's obviously true, right? We live in a country where no longer can people support themselves on a single income. And every metric in the world you want to look at says there's an advantage to having 2 parents in the household, not just for the income benefits, but for the social benefits of having that as well.
Can I ask a question though? And I don't mean this combative or adversarially, but
Mhm.
like, just do you think that's a better indicator of outcomes in, let's just say, the black community than discrimination or racism?
Well, I think we should be asking ourselves why there aren't more two-parent households in the black community. And if you look at what single parenthood is correlated to, one of the biggest correlations is to poverty. So you're 3 times less likely to get married if you are poor. And I know that you've talked about this in the past, and I think that there's a real there about the ways that how we structure social programs have really disincentivized people if your partner is a low-income earner from getting with that low-income earner. So we're talking about a bunch of people who are in poverty. The average a yearly income for someone who's earning a $7.50 minimum wage is something like in the teens, $15,000. It's under $20,000. And if you are receiving an average of approximately $20,000 in social benefits, that will be taken away because we've designed our social system to say you only get these benefits if you remain single,
I totally agree with that.
Of course, it's going to disincentivize certain kinds of behavior. Your answer is to say, let's get rid of the social benefits
not all
altogether.
Of it, but, I mean,
my solution would be to redesign
totally
the program
true,
so you don't penalize people from getting married and having an opportunity to grow their wealth and get off the ground and having a slightly higher threshold for where social system to say you only get these benefits if you remain single, then an average of approximately $20,000 in social benefits, and that will be just something like in the teens, $15,000. It's under $20,000. And if you are receiving an average of approximately $20,000 in social benefits, and that will be taken away because we've designed our social system to say you only get these benefits if you remain single,
I totally agree with that.
Of course, it's going to disincentivize certain kinds of behavior. Your answer is to say, let's get rid of the social benefits
not all
altogether.
Of it, but, I mean,
my solution would be to redesign the program so you don't penalize people from getting married and having an opportunity to grow their wealth and get off the ground and having a slightly higher threshold for where those benefits
No, I actually have more of a newer view on this, conservative view, where I think we should help people have children in monogamous relationships, financially or otherwise. But no, I totally agree. I think you and I could talk about class a lot, and I would love to do that. But let me ask you a question. Do you think like the hyper-focus of like race in our national conversation detracts from having that kind of class-based discussion?
Sometimes. I think that there is a way to talk about race that is painfully superficial and which focuses on the grievances of, frankly, elite minorities more than the substantive
So what do you mean
issues.
by that? I'm just curious.
So, for example, during the campaign cycle, there was a real spurt of attention directed toward the issue of the maternal health gap. So the maternal mortality gap in this country means that black babies have really high mortality rates that are comparable, frankly, to some much less developed countries in the world.
Yes, the third world, sure.
And people were concerned about that. And the story got highlighted in some part because Serena Williams had a very high-risk pregnancy and almost died. She was complaining about pain, and the doctors were ignoring her. And she ended up having, I think, some kind of deep vein thrombosis or some kind of blood clot, basically. I'm not a doctor. She had some kind of blood clot that if she hadn't really been forceful about it and gotten it checked out, and if she weren't as powerful and rich and privileged as she is, she probably would have died like many women in this country do die. Disproportionately black women in this country do die. And it's a real problem, right? As a progressive, my focus is to say, what are the biggest determinants of unequal health treatment in this country? A big one is that we have a two-tiered system, and people who are on our poverty program, Medicaid, tend to not be seen as by high-quality doctors. They tend to be ignored. They tend to move around a lot and not see the same physicians on a repeat basis. A lot of things that result in them having lower standards of care. Right. And my solution would be to say, while I would love to sit here and give doctors diversity training and magically convince them to not be racist and pay more attention to Serena Williams or whatever, I don't really see that happening, and I don't really see that as the government's role. What we can do is make sure that everybody has a universal same healthcare system so that doctors aren't disproportionately treating poor patients worse off. But the thing about Serena Williams is to say, there are the kinds of issues that get talked about in national attention are those race issues that affect affluent black people, so in addition to everybody else, but affluent black people. So what you get is a kind of elite race discourse that's all about, oh, can you touch my hair, and whether or not diversity and inclusion should exist in my law firm and all of this kind of stuff, which isn't necessarily irrelevant, but it is enormously beside the point to the overall majority of Americans.
I'll decide to generally agree. I'll say it's largely irrelevant, but I'll agree that it should be de-emphasized. So like, name a couple things you think that need to be, like what are non-elite blacks experiencing that are not being talked about by the top tiers of the left?
Well, if you ask them, if you look at polls on what they prioritize during, let's say, a presidential cycle, it's always the same things that white people are prioritizing. It's education, healthcare, crime, all of those, affordable housing. It's the same stuff, which is why it's so frustrating when you work like I did for a candidate like Bernie Sanders that has a progressive platform that's meaningfully geared to addressing all of those concerns. And then you have the liberal chattering class saying, oh, it's somehow racist because it's not a specifically targeted racist policy. Now, there are some things that exist in the world that I think are explicitly racist in nature. Certain very specific kinds of discrimination. I'd say redressing, redlining is an instance. I've heard you talk before compassionately about what happened to Japanese people during internment, and I think it was right and proper to offer them reparations as a consequence. That has never obviously happened in the context of Black Americans.
Not totally true.
But that stuff aside, I think when we have such an intense class disparity in this country, when you have productivity going up enormously from the times in the 1950s and 60s where workers got such a bigger piece in the pie, when you have back in the 50s and 60s the average worker earning 1 to 30, having a 1 to 30 ratio between them and CEO pay, and today it being 1 to 300 plus. Sure, we have a problem there because it's not that Americans are getting lazy. Americans are more productive than ever and working harder than ever, pulling more shifts, and we even have everybody in the workforce now. As we said, people can't afford to have a parent staying at home. And even with all of that, people can't afford the basic kinds of emergencies, and that's a problem.
Yeah, so just a quick correction. We did do a reparation program after Civil War. It was like 19 million acres given to Black Americans, like the size of South Carolina. But I'm actually more interested in what we could substantively dive in here. Like, I agree. I'm tired of talking about race all the time. I really am. I'll be honest.
And what interests you about it?
It interests that someone could defend something so fervently that doesn't exist and look to again, like a mythological narrative.
Well, why does it matter? On some level, are you feeding into the kind of superficial conversation
you
about
agree
race?
It's everywhere. It's in corporations, it's in the military, the CRT is in the classrooms, it's in colleges. So we have to kind of I would like to build a consensus that this overemphasis on these things is wrong.
Well, my approach, when I see people talking about something in a way that seems to be bolstering clicks or like a political narrative, I simply use my platform to redirect and talk about things that are
I
more
have a different view. I think you have to defeat it and destroy it.
So, I don't know. I think that it raises a cottage.
This is a tactical issue.
Yeah,
right?
but I think it raises a cottage industry of people who are talking about the existence of something that, frankly, so we obviously disagree that systemic racism exists. But the reason why I don't put my political focus on it isn't because I think it's not worthwhile. If there were a policy, a program, something someone could show me that showed that they could get rid of systemic racism, that there was a class that some doctor could take that would make him, treat Serena Williams' pain in the same way that he would treat a white patient's pain, I would say, great, let's do that. What's the problem? No, great. But that's not the way the world works. And many of these kinds of programs have shown to be very ineffective and a waste of money. And what we do know is all of the things that do work. Okay. To your point about the way social policies are constructed in a way that disincentivizes people from getting married.
I could not agree more.
We could address that. If you want to talk about housing policy, there's also ways in which certain kinds of public housing generate more of an interest in people settling down as opposed to high-rise apartments
like
where people don't have
Green,
their
which
own
used to exist. Sure.
Exactly, their own little plots to garden in or front yard, a sense of ownership and community. I would love to be having those conversations.
So, but I guess just more of a curious. Why is the American left not having that conversation?
Well, so we are having a semantic conversation
now.
Well,
I'm asking. That is true, though.
But
right?
I call them I want to just distinguish between leftists and liberals.
I make that distinction all the time. So
I think the American left is very much having that conversation. I think that liberals, we would agree in our critique that they're having a very superficial conversation that is bogged down in a lot of this cultural racism talk.
Let me give you an example. Again, I won't agree on the systemic racism thing, but if you're like, regardless of how we analyze things, we should make it easier, not harder, through our government programs to stay married to a single person. Like, why is that not something that, at least in the information I consume, I don't see as there was a huge emphasis on the systemic racism narrative. Would you agree in the last couple of years? Like,
for sure.
Robin DiAngelo, Kendi. I'm not saying you agree with that stuff. Like, why is that? Like, why is that? Is it just like white liberals that are?
Yeah, it's white liberals.
Can you I'm just curious. Can you expand on that? Like, I think it's super interesting.
I was watching some of your your videos, interviewing kids on college campuses, and I was struck by how, and I don't mean this to attack any of them, but what a poor job they're able to do in articulating why racism exists and racism is wrong. And so I understand why you have the perspective going up against those folks who seem to crumble at the idea that Black people commit more crimes, a disproportionate amount of crimes. Like,
which they do. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And they know that racism bad. Like, they know in their head racism bad. And so they come to these conversations not wanting to concede a ground that they think is racism, but they don't actually understand what racism is. It's white liberals who have this very superficial understanding of racism. I'm sorry.
No, I totally agree with
That's fostered by some of these people. Like, no, I don't actually have a problem. Like, so I read Robin DiAngelo's book,
White Fragility,
with the idea of like eviscerating it in an article. And honestly, it was so milquetoast in like a nothing burger that I didn't even have the energy to write about it. Because the thing is, there's a time and a place for a certain kind of a conversation for a white person who's in an office place who feels like they don't know how to talk to Black people, and they should read those books, and that's fine. But it has nothing to do with social justice. It has nothing to do with the George Floyd protests. It has nothing to do with criminal justice reform. It has nothing to do with anything other than interpersonal relationships between upper middle class white people and upper middle class Black people, which is fine. I'm an upper middle class Black person.
No, I know, but like, but I mean, in some ways, I mean, you and I could probably agree on a lot of the class stuff. Like, I'm not a big fan of like Amazon running our entire country, like all this sort of stuff. But do you think that race is used as kind of, I hate to, like the race conversation, whether it be like corporate America giving a bunch of money to BLM, like BLM dominating the conversation, is just like not helpful in some ways. It just puts aside some of these other kind of, like when you say that it's harder than ever to have children in America, like you're singing my song. Like I totally agree.
Yeah, so yeah, the co-option, the corporatization of these issues is a big problem on the left. The BLM National Organization, I just had the reporter who wrote the big expose about how much money has gone unaccounted
Mansions
for
everywhere.
on BLM on my show. It's a real issue. I also think there were a lot of sincere, good-natured people who are not part of the BLM National Organization. A lot of people who got their money stolen, frankly, because they sincerely believed in criminal justice reform, and those I think it's important to disaggregate. But this is the problem. It's so easy to co-opt these movements because all of these banks slap a BLM sign on their window.
BLA,
all of the corporations
sure.
slap the sign. The signs on the windows are no more than an insurance policy that says, please don't, break my window. It's not about a sincere commitment to any kind of cause.
You know what it's like? It's like right over Passover, back in the Bible, where they put the blood of the lamb.
Yes, I mean,
that's what you just said. I mean, like, yeah.
It is like that. And that's not to say that I don't believe in the underlying cause. I do. But the point of the matter is, when you commodify things like this, when it's about giving to a national organization, the original BLM, back in the day, I remember in 2016, I was very frustrated because one of the then leaders, DeRay McKesson, came out and endorsed Hillary Clinton. I was an anonymous lawyer at this point. I wasn't working for anybody's campaign.
He was the woke shirt guy. He was the first guy.
Oh, I don't remember that. But
anyway.
And I was frustrated because at the time, BLM, I don't know if it was the same institution as the national organization, but the BLM website, as far as I could tell, had a list of policy priorities that largely dovetailed with what Bernie Sanders was running on at the time. And it was very frustrating to me that this organization that was supposed to have these ethical, moral, political commitments would endorse someone like Hillary Clinton, who I had no respect for politically or otherwise. That website is gone. All of that is gone. And the people who understood that systems aren't just about like magically snapping your fingers and saying racism bad. It's about understanding that if you just give everybody health care, if you make sure everybody has housing, then a lot of the worst effects of racism, of systemic racism, are no longer relevant. Those people got pushed to the sideline. And it became about this TikTok mansion in LA or Hollywood, wherever it was supposed to be.
Creator space.
And all of that. And so I agree with you that this is why so much of these kinds of conversations frustrate me. A class conversation
it's trending in the right direction,
is less difficult to co-opt. Now, there are people who are trying to.
But look, I mean, I know we might get to another question, but my other thought, I mean, like the class conversation I'll have all day long. The race thing I just find to be so unhelpful. I mean, you could tell by our first kind of, it's just not, it's like, it's a non-starter, right? But if you talk about things that are race agnostic, regardless of your feelings and my feelings, that's actually a tangible thing that I could see could either help people. Now, I don't believe in expanding government welfare, Section 8 housing and all that, but if you're talking about incentivizing people to stay married for someone to bring fathers in the home, I think that's helpful. Anyway, Marina, do you want to get to the next question?
For Brianna, do you believe that white people are being discriminated against today?
I mean, look, I'm an old head about some of this stuff. The kids are taking this in a different direction. I think a lot of the kids today, they don't believe in that sort of thing. They don't believe in sex-only education, sex-segregated education. You know, my mother went to a girls' school, you know, Jane Addams in Cleveland, Ohio, and she said that was a really good experience for her, that there's research that says it's confidence building for girls to be not competing with boys in their math class
I totally
and these
agree
kinds
with
of
sex-only
things.
education.
You know, a lot of people were frustrated about the integration of Boy Scouts, et cetera, et cetera.
I was.
And there's another school of thought that says, you know, if the problem fundamentally is that girls, you know, aren't able to have space in the classroom, can we address that at its root instead of having to perpetuate segregation, sex segregation in this case, in order to do it? And I'm not a sociologist, and I can't say what the best way to do it. What I will say is this. I think there is a difference. Intent matters. And I think that historically, the reason for having race-segregated housing, having a black dorm, for instance, which, by the way, even though they're often black, like, houses and stuff, they were also integrated. It wasn't, you know, all black people went off to it. It was like having an athletic house or an international house.
I'll give you a couple other
or
examples,
other kinds of things like
I'll
that.
let you finish your point. So.
But then the point was that when you're a super minority in a space, it's nice to have some place to go where you're not watching your P's and Q's, where you can feel like you have a sense of community the same way that international students might have a house. And maybe we are past that. Maybe we don't need that anymore. HBCUs now are something like 30-40% non-black. You know, they're very diverse now. So I don't know. I'm not to say that whether or not that is necessary today, but I will say there's a difference, and I think you'd agree in saying I want to have a space to be away from racism versus I want to keep you out of my institution because I think you're racially inferior to me.
I think they're sinister cousins of the same strain. I mean, like, segregation is wrong.
But
right?
you believe in the Boy Scouts of America.
But that's not racial segregation, right?
So gender segregation is okay.
Because there's distinct differences between men and women, but there's not differences between the races.
Well, many people feel differently.
What are the differences between races?
There are all kinds of cultural differences that exist across cultures all over the world.
Hold on, not cultural, race, like melanin content.
Well, yeah, well, in America, black Americans have our own culture. Now, there are other black populations
I know,
here.
But like race, like actually the DNA of somebody.
Well, right. I understand what you're saying.
I'm saying there's no difference.
But the reality of those black dorms historically, and part of why things are changing now is because we have a much more diverse black population than we've had historically with more recent immigrants coming into the picture.
Well, we're seeing more black dorms, like black-only dorms, right? We're seeing like a kind of spread.
I don't know that to be true. If you say that's true, that's true.
Let's just pretend.
I haven't been in college.
Let's say that it's
15
neutral.
years.
Let's just say it's neutral. Like or I'll give you another example. Columbia University black-only graduation ceremony.
Yeah, lots of universities have that. It's not black only. It's just an additional black. It's just an additional
right, which
graduation.
I think is like racist and wrong and awful.
Okay.
But like, if there was a white-only graduation ceremony, how would you think about that?
Well, if there were like, I don't know, a Catholic ceremony or an Irish ceremony
but you can
or
convert to
a Hillel ceremony,
No, but-
I don't have an issue with it personally.
Okay, but Catholicism you can convert to, Hillel you could convert to, Irish.
Some people don't.
Well, you could convert to Judaism, but the Irish is culture, right, which is not racial inherently. There's very few people that aren't white that are Irish, but this idea of this like preference on melanin and DNA, like, isn't that really it's like a dangerous direction,
well, I
right?
can tell you, I didn't go to black graduation, but lots of my friends did. And I would say that the people who went didn't do it because it was about DNA. They did it because they felt a cultural kinship with the other black people in the class.
No,
and you don't have to respect that culture as much as you see Irish people as having a distinct culture. But I will tell you, black people feel very much like we have a cultural kinship to each other.
But just to be consistent, like a white-only graduation ceremony, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant graduation ceremony, morally, you'd be okay with.
If the WASPs feel culturally coherent and want to have a ceremony, then that's fine with me.
Okay, I want to try to de-Balkanize America, right? I think.
Sure.
I think these kind of the creation.
Unless it's the Boy Scouts.
Well, but that's gender. Gender differences are completely important for formative reasons, sociological reasons.
Do you think that it's wrong to have international houses at these universities?
I don't love it. I'll be very honest. I don't.
Okay, well then that's consistent, and that's fine.
I think that if you come to America, I want you to try to participate in our attempt to be a multiracial republic, right? In the attempt. Like, I don't love the idea of hyphen America. I don't like this idea of Chinese American, Iranian American, African American. I want to try, albeit clumsy, to strive towards the idea that I'm an American. Like, I don't.
So I hear that, Charlie. And if I could just say this, I think this is such a crucial point. And I've had this conversation with Glenn Lowry and Andrew Sullivan, and this always comes up. Part of, I think, why some Black people and other non-white people bristle a little bit at this idea that, you know, people like yourselves really want individuality and the ability to be your own person and not to be subsumed in stereotypes or groups or tribalism, is that the whole story, the whole narrative of advocating for yourself on the basis of your identity historically has been because by law, you weren't allowed to be an individual. By the Constitution, you were 3/5 of a person. By Jim Crow laws, you couldn't ride the same trains as whites or drink at the same water fountains. By redlining, you weren't allowed by law to live in the same neighborhoods as whites, or you at least weren't going to be granted a loan to be able to live in the same neighborhoods as whites. And many of those white neighborhoods had restrictive covenants in the lease that explicitly precluded Black people from living in those neighborhoods. And people wanted to be individuals. People wanted to be able to live where they wanted to live, go to school where they wanted to live, go to the hospital they wanted to go to, marry who they wanted to marry. And the literal laws of the United States of America said, no, you cannot do that. And so people started to advocate, okay, I'm Black and I don't have access to this privilege. I'm Asian and I don't have access to this. I'm Latino, I'm Chicano. And we had all of these movements to get people to be able to be individuals. So people bristle a little, I think, at this idea that the existence of advocacy along identity lines is to be balkanized. It's quite the opposite. It's to push back against the feeling, whether or not you agree that it persists, to push back against what people perceive to be barriers to them living their life fully as individuals.
9 out of 13 states had abolished slavery by the Constitution. Northwest Ordinance had all new territories were free.
And what do you take from that? That America wasn't racist?
Not only that, we were the first country to abolish slavery, not just continue the practice of it. I mean, every other nation had slavery, including today. There's more slaves today than there were back then. Unfortunately, slavery is the norm, abolition is the exception, and America led the way.
Charlie, you have to understand, you're not an unintelligent person. You know that that's a logical fallacy.
Why?
If you and I both have kids, and we both start beating our kids at the same time, and we're ruthless, abusive parents, and you stop a year before I stop, that doesn't make us not ruthless, abusive parents.
Wait, what is the point of your argument?
Just because one state stopped before another state, just because America stopped before some other country, doesn't mean that the initial act of harm, the initial tort, doesn't still stand. That's still a problem.
So where in the Federalist Papers does it justify slavery?
Why does it matter whether or not? No,
that's
Charlie,
the framework of our country.
No, that question is completely untethered from anything that we're talking about.
We're talking about the framework
Charlie,
of America.
No, we're not.
Oh, okay. Then what are we talking about?
No, we're not. We're talking about whether there's systemic racism.
Okay,
and,
well, we were
and
talking about the founding,
the
right?
reality of systemic racism. I could sit here and ask you, Charlie, do you know how many people came over in the transatlantic slave trade?
I could approximate about 1.8 million.
No, it's like 20 million.
Hold on.
Are you
20 million came as slaves?
20 million.
Hold
20
on a second.
million.
No way.
20 million came over in the transatlantic slave trade to the Americas.
Brazil or
100%.
America had more?
Brazil. Brazil is
Okay.
the number one recipient of
Okay, so what did black
enslaved
slaves
people.
decide when they met with Abraham Lincoln when they were given an opportunity for their own country? No, that's an interesting question, right?
What?
They wanted to stay.
Charlie,
Brazil or America
100%.
had more?
Brazil. Brazil is
Okay.
the number one recipient of
Okay, so what did black
enslaved
slaves
people.
decide when they met with Abraham Lincoln when they were given an opportunity for their own country? No, that's an interesting question, right?
What?
They wanted to stay.
Charlie, it seems to me, and this is something that I've noticed that you do often. If you want to debate someone about the content of the Federalist Papers, you got me. Because my morals, my politics, my values aren't rooted in the content of the Federalist Papers. I would admit that. And if that makes me a poor debate partner for you,
No, I'm just,
I completely
but it is the
concede that.
framework of our country.
Well, those words have no meaning, Charlie.
They do.
What we're
They
talking
designed the
about-
greatest civilization ever to exist. And so if you're going to say the system is racist, then show me anywhere in the private
Charlie.
journals of the founders them defending slavery.
I don't have to show you private journals. Half the founding fathers owned slaves.
First
They
of
don't
all-
have to defend in
okay,
slavery.
so let's
George
talk about
Washington
one.
owned
How
slaves.
about
Thomas Jefferson
Okay,
owned slaves.
let's talk about Thomas Jefferson. So,
But Charlie, that's beside the point.
No, it's not. It's very important.
I don't care to sit here.
No,
I'm not here to
but-
malign and talk about founding fathers, whether they're good or
No,
bad.
let's-
Because that's not the
Can I finish a
reality
point?
is, Charlie, people are mixed. It's a mixed bag. People can come up with a really amazing idea for a city on the hill and a prescription for a society of how it should be, and also be deeply flawed individuals who made mistakes that it's our job to rectify, because the founding fathers wrote in our Constitution that we're pursuing a more perfect union, not fetishizing what they happened to write down at a constitutional convention over 250 years ago.
That's what you have to say about our founding.
Also be deeply flawed individuals who made mistakes that it's our job to rectify, because the founding fathers wrote in our Constitution that we're pursuing a more perfect union, not fetishizing what they happened to write down at a constitutional convention over 250 years ago.
That's what you have to say about our founding fathers? So let me tell about Thomas Jefferson.
What is that like? Am I supposed to be afraid?
No, I'm just so. But Thomas Jefferson, he was the first president to ban the importation of new slaves. That's a good thing, right? So let me ask you a question. So
does him
shouldn't we
doing that
celebrate-
good thing relieve him of the moral obligation for doing the bad thing of owning slaves, of raping
it makes
slaves?
it a lot more nuanced, doesn't it?
I'm the one that's making an argument for nuance here.
No,
You're
actually-
the one that's making an argument for we must
So let me-
we must only talk about the good things that happened in American
You've been
history.
doing more talking than me, so let me tell you what I believe.
Okay, sure.
That we all have something in common. You know what that is?
What's that?
We're born into a world we didn't create.
Of course.
And every founder came into a world where slavery was everywhere. By the time they died,
It wasn't everywhere, but it was lots of places.
By the time they died, there was less slavery than ever before. That's a really awesome thing. Shouldn't we appreciate them?
I mean, I have a little bit of a different perspective as someone who was a descendant of the people who were very much still enslaved when they all died. But I appreciate that you want to emphasize the good that they did, and I think that's fine. I also think it's fine if other people want to emphasize the bad that they did. I don't understand why you have a commitment to, it seems, erasing that nuance by only talking about
No, it's not.
the good
It's
stuff.
not erasing. I'm properly factoring in the positives with the negatives. So, for example, Thomas Jefferson, in the original draft of the Declaration, admonished King George for bringing slaves to America. He advocated for the abolition of slavery in 1790. The first ever anti-slavery convention was hosted by Ben Franklin in Philadelphia in 1775. Before the founders, there was not a robust anti-slavery movement. It was John Quincy Adams, the son of John Adams, who led the abolition movement in America.
Why is this an argument? Are we debating? What exactly is the debate at this point?
At this point, I believe these were brilliant, heroic, and morally courageous men who deserve not to be remembered for their negatives, albeit we could factor those in, but the positives are that they and their commitment created the greatest civilization ever to exist.
So you believe they ought not to be remembered for their negatives? You just said that. That's a quote.
People have to be remembered, hopefully, for something. In short, you should factor in. Like I said, the factor needs to be appropriate, and the factor should be.
And I respectfully weight.
That's fine.
Having slaves, I think a little bit more in the negative pile against the positives.
Right, but they
than you do.
inherited that practice, and then they got rid of it. So they never defended it robustly in their literature. They never ran on it. Instead, they inherited
Charlie,
an evil
it
practice.
It is completely
rid
legitimate
of it.
for you to weight
that's fine.
owning humans as property less than I do in the grand scheme.
Yeah, how about the people that got rid of the
assessing
practice?
them.
That's pretty awesome, right?
I don't know who you're talking about, because slavery
Thomas
didn't end for
Jefferson
another
freed
100
his
years.
slaves on his deathbed. And one of the reasons why slavery didn't end for 100 years is because they did not properly foresee the cotton gin and John C. Calhoun.
Oops, I guess.
Well, because slavery was on its way out. So you talk about the Three-Fifths Compromise, which was actually an anti-slavery measure.
Yeah, I also had middle school history, but Charlie, that's not the point here. Again, you're arguing with me as though I have an interest in denying the historical record. It is what it is. I don't really care. My point is that for the whole duration of American history, exactly your teaching of American history has been what's taught in textbooks. Now, for the first time,
That's not
for
true.
the first time in the 80s and 90s, as a part of this, yes, I'm sorry, critical legal studies movement, people are starting to put some additional facts. We had a lot of scholarship about Sally Hemings that didn't exist before. People are interested in these other different aspects of these, let's call them great men's lives. And instead of being able to say, hey, you take the good with the bad, you take the bitter with the sweet, as what Carole King would say, there is a push nowadays to erase the historical narrative to only have the good stuff. It doesn't hurt me. I'm not I'm not like triggered by the idea that some of these guys had some good ideas. I promise you, it does nothing to me. I don't
But
mind.
you do admit that.
I don't. Like I just said.
No, that's good.
I don't
I mean,
quibble with the historical
but
record.
it's not just a couple good ideas.
It's that you are pushing back against, I think, the extreme moral failing that it is to own another human being.
Hold on a second. I acknowledge it, but I also am trying to ask the question, before the American founders, who fought to end slavery on this planet? Answer that question.
The American founders didn't fight to end slavery on this planet.
Sure they did.
And if you want to have a conversation
No, they
about
did. That's not true.
Charlie, and if you want to have a conversation about the history of slavery in the entire globe dating back millennia, you should get a historian to come and talk to you.
No, but just that's an important point, though. Let's focus on that. Whoever tried to abolish it before the founders?
I promise you, if I Googled on my phone for 2 seconds, I could find a whole score of people who have tried to get rid of slavery across the world for millennia. Come on, Charlie.
First of all, you wouldn't find much of it, and guess what?
Charlie,
they weren't successful.
But also, it doesn't
until
matter, Charlie.
Jefferson,
I'm not
Adams,
debating you.
Madison, Jay. Well,
it doesn't matter.
Okay, then we can move on. Then I'm just trying to close the point that I think it's
like a weird obsession.
But it's
okay, they did a good. Let's concede they did a good thing. Why is that so important to you?
Because
it's a cover. It's a distraction from the bad stuff, which you won't linger on for even a second.
I acknowledge the bad stuff.
You
but
acknowledge the bad stuff.
You must judge a person in the times of which they are in. They were geniuses, brilliant, worthy of our gratitude.
In the times that
and
they were
our
in were the abolitionists, the Quakers, who really did want to get rid of slavery.
That's John Quincy Adams,
as contemporary.
who was the original abolitionist.
And some of the founding fathers are better than others. Ben Franklin, I have no quibbles with.
Charlie, this question's for you. How do we get underprivileged people out of the projects?
Well, the question of how to get poor people rich isn't a mystery. It's not by giving them stuff to do nothing. It's improving their schools, which I'm sure we can agree on, rebuilding the family, entrepreneurship. We know how to get poor people richer, and we do the opposite.
So I would agree with you that education is part of it, but I think that that's been a lot of myth-making as well. I think that we turned away from a lot of the social safety nets that were really working in the earlier mid-part of the century, in the 1990s, and instead said that the reason why everybody was failing is because they hadn't gone to college and gotten an education. And what you saw was people rushing to take out an enormous amount of debt to get degrees, many of which had little to no impact on people's earning potential, and has saddled an entire generation, multiple generations, with college debt that they got because they were federally backed loans, that because of Joe Biden they could not discharge in bankruptcy, and has led to an incredible crisis. We used to invest in public education in this country, which we divested from as the civil rights movement meant that everybody had more access to these institutions, and Reagan was a big part of that in defunding the California system that was the crown jewel of the state, and frankly in the country in many ways in that era. So I think education has been held up as a panacea by neoliberal politicians on both sides of the aisle to just detract from their own political failures, to detract from the fact that they sent jobs overseas and supported NAFTA and these trade policies that were really detrimental to working people in this country.
Yeah, I agree with that.
However, I also think that our public education system, K through 12, fails a lot of folks. I think that when you have the kind of wealth disparities that we have in this country, many of which are rooted not in individuals' inability to work hard or try hard. I think working class people are some of the hardest working people you'll ever meet. And I think that every indicia demonstrates that productivity has gone up since the 1950s and 1960s. But who is getting the benefit of that productivity? It's not working people anymore. So when you have people, wealth disparities that are growing because working people aren't getting the share of their labor, you have increasing segregation, economic segregation in neighborhoods. And when you then have schools that are funded by a tax base, you end up with a lot of disparities in our public education system. So it's difficult because just throwing money at schools oftentimes doesn't work, and it's a more complicated question.
Yes.
But definitely that is a root of one of the issues. And then another thing is I think we need to have full employment. I think that you talk about paying people to do nothing. I don't think that's the reality that we're facing. There are a lot of jobs that need to get done. We have a crumbling infrastructure. We have a crumbling healthcare system. We have a crumbling elder care system. We have this enormous, large aging population. And there is a lot of work that people should be paid to do that aren't getting paid to do it. The biggest kind of social welfare state in our country is our military, where we're paying a lot of people to be on the rolls. And a lot of people enter the military because they can't afford health care and they can't afford education otherwise. And so we have this whole internal infrastructure of people who are working, who serve a purpose that I oftentimes don't agree with, but who are working because the government says this is a job that needs to be done and it puts them to work. And that could very easily be done in a jobs guarantee program for all the other kinds of projects that need to be done in this country.
So I'm just curious. It's kind of a side note. You want to talk about full employment. What's your just stance on immigration? Because you're bashing neoliberalism, right? Which I totally agree with. Which is adventurous foreign wars, shipping jobs overseas. But the third part of neoliberalism is mass immigration. What's your opinion on bringing in cheap labor to undercut native-born Americans?
Yeah, it's not good. And so there's two ways you.
Adventurous foreign wars, shipping jobs overseas. But the third part of neoliberalism is mass immigration. What's your opinion on bringing in cheap labor to undercut native-born Americans?
Yeah, it's not good. And so there's two ways you could go about this. You could say we're going to restrict immigration, or you can say that people who are on American soil get the full rights and benefits and protections of American citizens, in which case there's no benefit to employers for using them as cheap labor to undermine American laborers, right? I think that sometimes Bernie gets hit for having in the past said that the social welfare state, the social safety net that we're advocating for is compromised by free and open immigration. And it has been the case historically that it's conservatives that have advocated for more open immigration policies.
That's totally right.
Right, and Bernie got hit by some people for saying that. Now, I think that the trade-off, the negative impact of immigration at the level that we have is grossly overstated, but I do think it is politically irresponsible not to look at the impact on the very lowest tranche of American workers, where there is some impact, right? And those are the people who are generating a lot of the angst about what's going on with immigration. My solution to that would not be to vilify immigrants or to have draconian immigration policies, especially when so many people who are seeking to immigrate to America are doing so as a consequence from our foreign adventures that we both are critical of. But to say, let's raise up the bottom and let's protect the American worker instead of pitting them against the interests of
just let me understand. So you would say a mass amnesty would help the American worker, like legalizing the 15 million people that are here illegally?
Is the question, is it a moral right, or will it help the American
Well,
worker?
I guess this plays into the poverty question, right? So,
yeah,
in your estimation,
you're saying it's a zero-sum game, and I'm saying it's not.
No, I'm asking. I mean,
yeah, my belief is that it's not a zero-sum game. That we have amassed huge wealth in this country. It's the richest country in the history of the world. Kudos to your point, as Bernie Sanders always liked to say, and that we have seen millionaires and billionaires, frankly, grow their wealth by 30% in the context of this economic crisis where everyone else has been lacking. We have, however you feel about it substantively, it's a kind of incredible thing that someone exists in our country that has spare change and $44 billion to buy Twitter and make it private. I mean, that's
out of principle, I agree with you. I do, but I love the output.
So a lot of people are like, oh, progressives want to tax the rich because they hate rich people and they hate innovation and people worked hard for that money and all of that. Or they think, oh, you're just going to give it to poor people who haven't worked as hard. And, I obviously disagree with those arguments. But there's also a really strong pro-democracy rationale to taxing the rich. Even when you talk about the Founding Fathers were very wary of the corporation.
That's
Part
exactly
of our whole
right. No, you're
independence
correct.
story
That's right.
was them being upset about America being treated like a
colony
colonial
state. That's exactly right.
corporation. And so when they created America and started to issue corporate charters, they wanted to make sure they were very limited in size and scope, the duration that they could exist. There was an understanding that you had to be able to raise large amounts of money to build bridges and start cities and things like that. But they were wary about the anti-democratic impact of people being able to aggregate those huge amounts of money so you could basically buy a society. And what we have now with these people who aren't just billionaires, I mean, really keep this perspective. I think it's like $30 million is like, if you convert dollars to seconds, it's like the difference between, 1 minute versus like 30 years versus like 32,000 years. I mean, when we get to the billion, it's the 32,000 years compared to the millions, which is minutes. And when you have that much money, you can do a Bloomberg and you can buy your way onto the debate stage.
And still fail.
You can buy.
And win Guam.
Exactly, and still fail and won Guam. But he wouldn't have failed if Bernie had made it through and won the Democratic primary. I believe that Bloomberg would have won as a third-party candidate.
You're onto something here that's interesting. I would have a totally different prescription on part of it. The immigration thing, we're just not going to agree on. We're not. I think draconian immigration is exactly what we need. And Bernie hinted at that earlier in his career, which I totally think is right. I don't think it's healthy that billionaires got super rich during the pandemic. Why do you think they got so much richer?
Oh, I mean, you'd have to have Richard Wolff or one of these economists on to talk specifically about it.
Do you think it would be anything?
Part of it is that the COVID relief bill was the largest, the first one.
I hit my first over that shit. You feel me? You feel me?
Was the largest upward transfer of wealth in American history.
Right, so a big government program. You could see where I'm leading with this, right?
Well, sure.
Is that these interventions?
I have no issue in being critical of the government. The government is captured.
Oh, yeah, so totally. And so, like, let's just talk totally realistic. Do you think it's more likely to liberate the government, right, back to kind of social type intervention that you think would actually benefit the people? Or do you think it's more likely to try to restrict that government? Because, I mean, let's be honest, whenever government intervenes around any of these policies that sound nice that you might be doing, who actually the oligarchy gets stronger, right? I mean, I'm just talking very cynically, right?
I mean, you're asking me what I think is more likely, and I think the former is more likely. Although I think even more likely than that is a more, I'm sorry, substantive kind of political revolution that gets us away from this two-party duopoly. I don't think any of it's especially likely, but that is what
you know that
happen.
if more Democrats talked like this and didn't do the woke stuff, Republicans would have a very difficult time.
Well,
you know
I'm not
that,
a Democrat,
right?
Charlie.
I'm not saying. I'm making a point though. Do you understand my point though?
I understand.
Because as soon as you get this woke stuff, the cultural stuff, people, for good reason, are like, I don't trust you.
Yeah, look, again, I think that it is not the Democrats just talking about woke stuff. I think it's Republicans who also, it's the duopoly. It's two corporate parties that want people arguing about a trans swimmer or CRT or whatever it is, instead of talking about that nobody's delivering. Majorities of Americans want a $15 minimum wage. 60% of Floridians, even though they voted for Donald Trump, voted for a $15 minimum wage in that state, and it was the local Republicans who've been fighting against
legalize
it.
weed too.
Right, like these are not what Bernie always used to say, and I'm sorry to still be such an evangelist for the guy all of these years later. But what Bernie always used to say is that it's not a radical prescription that he has for the country. All of these policies that he was fighting for had majoritarian support, and even lots of them had about 50% of Republicans, 49% of Republicans even supported Medicare for all. Yes. We're talking a $15 minimum wage, man. Charlie, $15 minimum wage, we haven't had a minimum wage raise since Bush was president.
If you're asking, do I think getting more money is popular, I'm not going to disagree. People always vote for more money, right?
Doesn't it strike you that we used to... Productivity is going up.
No, I agree.
And
with all
wages
this.
aren't going up.
I told you.
Don't you think that if you're really going to be a populist,
the corporate oligarchy? I agree.
Right. So why are we not hearing more Republicans talking about how we need to raise the minimum wage to keep up with productivity?
We have different. So here's an idea.
And to keep up with inflation.
Here's a solution, right? Instead of raising minimum wage, let's make everyone's wages go up by 8%. Get rid of FICA, the FICA tax, right? That's an 8% wage increase. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, when you get a paycheck, 8% of it goes to FICA. Employer pays 8%. It's just your.
First of all, that sounds like it's contingent on the size of your paycheck, which means that different people, depending on the size of the paycheck, will be getting a much different kind of a benefit from that.
Working people pay it at a much higher cost than, because as you know, when you're earning $20,000, $8 means more to you than if you're earning $200,000.
What's your argument against the kind of a benefit from that?
Working people pay it at a much higher cost than, because as you know, when you're earning $20,000, $8 means more to you than if you're earning $200,000.
What's your argument against the minimum wage? Why do you prefer?
Well, because, I mean, whether it be Seattle, Portland, or New York.
That sounds like it's contingent on the size of your paycheck, which means that different people, depending on the size of the paycheck, will be getting a much different kind of a benefit from that.
Working people pay it at a much higher cost than, because as you know, when you're earning $20,000, $8 means more to you than if you're earning $200,000.
What's your argument against the minimum wage? Why do you prefer?
Well, because, I mean, whether it be Seattle, Portland, or New York, it does disenfranchise low and minority income workers.
But those places that you just mentioned have voluntarily raised their minimum wages, and they have had success in doing so.
I would disagree. And
the people who live there would disagree.
The real minimum wage is zero. When people don't have employment, that's the real minimum wage. And so if a local area wants to raise that minimum wage, I think that's the healthiest way to do that. I do. Federally, I'm against it. But you do have my sympathy where the angst that is driving your push for a minimum wage increase is the ridiculous intervention from the government, the $7 trillion created out of thin air, and what I believe is the same sort of change of the Industrial Revolution we saw in the 1700s, late 1700s, early 1800s, we're living through right now, which is we have no idea the wealth or income effects that's going to happen from the hyper-technologicalization of our society. No, we're not even beginning to grasp it.
No, I think that's true. And I think that's why Andrew Yang resonated with a lot of people. Look, there is this fundamental philosophical difference. And it comes up in all these conversations. Do you think that people fundamentally are inclined to sloth and idle hands are the devil's workshop and all of this stuff if they aren't toiling? And do you think that you have to have a very narrowly prescribed idea of what it means to work to make people productive in a way that makes society satisfying? And people who are more conservative in their orientation say yes. If someone isn't, got a pickaxe in their hand and making a brick into smaller pieces, or doing somebody's taxes, or digging a ditch, or drilling for oil, or whatever the kinds of jobs exist, then something bad is going to happen. They're going to be sitting in their bedrooms playing Call of Duty, and it's going to be a bad
you would
outcome.
disagree with that, right?
And my feeling is twofold. One, like I said, that there's an enormous amount of work that needs to be done. And there is no paucity of jobs that people need to do to actually make society better, including building out an enormous amount of infrastructure, including infrastructure that has us transitioning to clean fuels. I'm sorry, I don't mean to derail the conversation.
Or make Elon Musk richer.
But I heard you in another conversation, talk about how wrong it was for us to not be emphasizing natural gas and how we have endless natural gas reserves. And I mean, that's
seemingly
not true.
endless, yeah.
I was curious about that to see if
Yeah.
you were right, and I Googled it, and we have about 90 years left on natural gas.
But that doesn't factor in efficiency gains, nor does it factor.
Okay.
It doesn't.
So what, you think it's going to be, 90, 100, 120,
It could be
130?
250 or
with
300.
Right, but it's going to end.
But that also doesn't count petroleum.
And it also doesn't count what
And
the
that's just
world
American
that we
LNG.
live in is going to look like once we've burned all those fossil fuels, and we now have to keep our air conditionings on.
Just a couple thoughts.
100%
I'm happy
of
to
the
go on
time,
that detour.
because we've raised the temperature and all
mean,
that. But that's not
we're not
gonna
find agreement on the climate
That's not why
stuff.
I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
I'm just bringing it up to say that there are things that need to be done to make the world a better place, to make America a better place, to make it a more perfect union. And I believe that we could be putting people to work on those jobs. But on the other hand, I also think, look, and people who know me and listen to my podcast know that I love Star Trek.
Okay, I do too.
And-
Star Trek's the most conservative thing ever written.
I disagree.
I'll
and
prove
here's
it to
why.
you. Gene Roddenberry unintentionally made the case for conservatism.
Gene Roddenberry was
A liberal socialist.
A
And I'll prove it to you, but you go first.
what I love about Star Trek is that it has a much more generous view of human nature. And in Star Trek, they've gotten rid of want. You can turn on a replicator and you can make food. No
Yep.
one needs to toil in those kinds of ways. They've gotten rid of money. And while that's obviously not where we live today, the reason we have famine is not because we can't grow enough food to feed the world's people. That's not, it's supply chain issues. We've ruined local economies by dumping like WFP grain. Like, there's a lot of things that are causing famine in the world, but it's not that we can't grow enough grain, grow enough tomatoes, grow enough food to feed people. So the idea that we could live in a post-scarcity world is not so far off. And people like Andrew Yang talking about automation, I think, are really picking up on that reality. And so if that's the case, you can think, oh, that's scary. Automation means we're all going to be out of work because we're not going to get anything. If a robot can do my job and there's no alternative job, what am I going to do? Star Trek says other kinds of jobs and other purposes for humanity will emerge as we have machines that can fulfill the purposes that human beings used to have to do. And the protagonist of Star Trek Next Generation, he is not like a warrior on a spaceship like the way you get in some of these other kinds of
No, he's a thinker.
He's an archaeologist. He's a space archaeologist.
Jean-Luc Picard.
The most expensive, the most expensive, high-tech, most armed ship in the Federation is devoted to the cause of exploration, and that was obviously Captain Kirk's credo as well. And you can say that that's dumb, or that's like cuck stuff.
No,
or
I
like
don't. I actually,
whatever.
I see it totally
But
different.
I think that's beautiful.
But
I look forward to that world.
But let me tell you why he made the case for what we believe in, is that even though when you get rid of need, want, that they were still lying, cheating, and stealing, and they still had problems. Their human nature always came through. They had even if you get rid of material want, Roddenberry wrote all throughout the series, whether it be Riker fighting with Picard, their human nature was still there.
Right. Well, first of all, I I can't think of many instances of lying, cheating, and stealing. Of course, they're human beings, and they have their frustrations and their jealousies and their entanglements.
Well, that's the
of course,
point,
that's
is that
true.
the sin doesn't...
But no one's talking about getting rid of sin, Charlie. No one's saying that human beings are perfect. Humans are obviously deeply flawed. But my belief isn't that people, it is work.
Well,
it is just pure toiling, that people have to toil. If people think they're going to starve, unless people think they're going to starve to death and be unhomed because they have to work, they're going to be bad people.
If we could give your closing arguments, I'll start with you, Brianna.
Sure.
We went in a lot of different directions.
Yeah, we did, which is kind of nice. And look, I have a more optimistic, I would say, view of humanity. And I reason, my politics aren't coming from a place of kind of like ingrained ideology. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. If you told me a Republican came up with a plan to address poverty and there was evidence that it worked, I would have absolutely no problem co-signing it. Donald Trump personally did the best thing for me that any politician's ever done in postponing my student loans. I'm not sure that Joe Biden would have done it if he had been president when the COVID started. And I'm happy to say those kinds of things out loud because they're true, because people are nuanced. There's good with the bad. It's true of Trump. It's true of Thomas Jefferson. It's true of everybody, right? It's true of me and it's true of you. But that doesn't undermine my fundamental belief that there is value in every single human being as an individual. And I want a policy program that respects that individuality, that doesn't say you have to jump through an X, Y, and Z hoop to eat, to have a home, and to have your basic Maslow's hierarchy of needs met, to get health care. I don't think that you should stay in jail based on how much money you make or what's in your bank account. I don't think that you should be able to afford a cancer treatment depending on how much money you make. I think it's unconscionable that we live in a country where 50% of families in which there's a cancer diagnosis, they also have a medical bankruptcy. I think all of those things are unconscionable. And so I reason from a place of what can we do, given that we are the richest country in the history of the world, where there's an enormous amount of wealth that is increasingly concentrated in the hands of very few, to make people's lives better, because it's not a matter of scarcity at this point that's making people's lives worse. Race is one of a million factors that goes into the society being the imperfect society that it is today. And I think that we have to be honest about the good and bad parts of our legacy if we have any hope in actually fulfilling the promise of the founders and in the Constitution of making this a more perfect union.
Thank you for being here, and I agree with part of that. I wish we could have got more into this, but we'll have to have you back. I believe earned success is a moral good. I wouldn't put putting to work or accruing wealth as something that weighs people down. However, I do admit the current structure of our society certainly is weighed in favor of one class. I'm glad to hear you say the race thing is one of a million factors. I think that's helpful. I think we actually had a great discussion kind of as we put that aside for a little bit. Yeah, look, I just think we'll have a different vision of kind of how lift people up. I don't think we're close to a post-scarcity world, largely because the nature of the human being will always be trying to interfere with that. I try to reject utopian promises. You might call me a pessimist. I'm just more of a student of history. But I think we agree that the way it is right now, there is this growing oligarchy. And it's going to be up to the kind of current power structures of the people to challenge the power structures, see what we do about it. But that'll be another conversation for a different time. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Charlie.
Brianna, Charlie, thank you for joining us tonight. And we'll see you next debate night when Charlie takes on Ben Carollo from the Young Turks.
So let's start our daily yoga routine and take a long deep.
What's going on with y'all, Justice League family? Back with another video, back with another message. You already know what to do, man. Smash that like button down below. Hit subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel. If you're new to the channel, I go by King Justice, man. I'm a Christian artist, first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? I give messages out, encourage the body. I'm an obedient and willing vessel to the Most High God. So on this side, man, you're going to get nothing but the truth, light, love, positivity. You know what I'm saying? Raw truth on this side, man. So if you haven't joined, hit subscribe. It's free. Albums available now, KingJusticeMusic.com. All that good stuff. Links are in the description. You want to find me on any other platforms, you can find all that below. Today's message and video. Why you, as the chosen one, seem to have a more intense walk than the average believer or average person in society. Let's get into this, man. Y'all see the vibes, man. We out here. So as a chosen one, you may realize that, you know, your walk may seem more intense, more rough in areas, right? More I don't know how else to put it, but hard, I guess, compared to the next person in life, right? The next believer, the next non-believer. And you may ask yourself, Lord, or you may ask yourself, why do I got to go through all of this, right? Why do I have to, everything is so intense all the time? You know, God will give you seasons of rest, seasons of peace, seasons of, you know, just being able to take a break. But when you get thrown back in, if you have to get thrown back in, you know, to the mix of society and the fire and, you know, dealing with persecution at the job and everything else like that, you know, you're gonna start questioning, like, why does it seem like this is so rough and tough on me? Now, I feel like I got revelation regarding this, and what I realized is the reason why God requires the chosen ones to do so much immense work in the spiritual realm, right, is because our bloodlines have been cursed, right? A lot of the times the chosen vessel, our bloodline was cursed. Whether this was centuries ago, a generation ago, 2 generations ago, however long ago, our bloodlines were cursed and plagued with certain strongholds and certain sins that have been passed down through generations, right? Whether that's non-belief, whether that's believing in false gods, participating in witchcraft, participating in sexual immorality, you know, sins of lust, sins of, you know, greed, gluttony, all these other things that come down through the bloodline. So as a chosen one, you are called to not only be a representative for God, but you are also called to really walk that walk, right? Not the church walk, but the actual biblical walk of a true child of God and someone that is here to not only give people the gospel, but change, bring change to you and your bloodline and those around you, and also inspire others to do the same. So, you know, I realized real quick, I'm gonna take y'all inside with me for a minute. I realized real quick that, you know, as I came into the faith, I realized that there was a lot required, right? Too much is given. To whom much is given, much is required. And there was a lot required, and God was asking me to do so much, right? And a lot of the times you can get worn down. A lot of the times you can lose sight, lose focus, because you have so much you need to do in the spiritual realm. And that doesn't even include the day-to-day regular activities of life, right? And it's physical, you know, wake up, you know, keep the house clean, keep your house swept clean, you know what I'm saying? Like, all the normal things, going to the grocery store, doing just day-to-day stuff. So, you know, it can be overwhelming at times for a lot of us. You know, a lot of the times we don't understand until we have to go through it on why we're doing it. But it's the only way to break out of certain sins. It's the only thing that can help you change the trajectory of your life and generations after you. You have to put in that work as the chosen one. And yes, like I said, it can be intense, it can get tiring, you can question what God is doing or why you have to go through so much. But this is because not only are you the curse breaker and the generational curse breaker, but you are here to be an example. Your life is literally the example that God is real, right? It is that God, your life is the evidence that God is here and he is moving in people's lives. So this is why you face as much warfare as you face. This is why you face as much witchcraft as you face, because there are demonic principalities and spirits that are aware that you are now awake and you are now in your purpose to break these curses off of your bloodline. And this is why the enemy will use anybody he can to try to prevent you from, you know, going hard in the spiritual realm. What do I mean by going hard in the spiritual realm? I mean denying oneself every day, right? Reading your Bible every day, praying 30, 40, 50 times throughout the day, right? Compared to somebody else who may just pray once or twice or 3 times a day, and someone else who, you know, maybe doesn't fast as much as you or doesn't feel the need to drop certain foods out of their life, change their diet, switch things up. You know, the chosen ones gets convicted on so many different little areas in their life, and it's all to better you, right? But in the beginning, your flesh is gonna, you know, you're gonna wonder like, man, God, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta do that's a lot, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's all for your good. You know, his ways aren't your ways, and the spirit's always going to want to do the opposite of what the flesh wants to do. So it's a constant battle. And as you learn and progress, you know, you're gonna realize why your walk is the way it is and what it's doing for you. You know, the more you practice walking in the spirit, the more you practice walking in operating in your gifts, the more you practice walking in faith and not sight, the more you practice, you know, reading your word and praying out loud and interceding, and the more you practice confidence, right? The more you know, speak life, the more you do anything, over time, it's going to become, you know, a part of you. And that's what God wants, right? He wants to change the inside before he changes the external. And too many people want to see the external change before they believe something internal has changed. And that's not how it goes. You know, so this is why the chosen ones, that's chosen ones out here, we got to put the work in, man, every day. You know what I'm saying? Every day. Every day, every day, every day. I mean, and you have a choice of free will at the end of the day. You know, you can do whatever you want to do. But, you know, my advice and, you know, to anyone out there is, if you feel overwhelmed, if you feel like it's too much at times, if you feel stressed, if you feel whatever, you know, ask God for rest. Ask God for a reset. Ask God for protection. You know, he will grant those things to you. Sorry about the shakiness. He will grant those things to you in due time, you know, but faith without works is dead, right? And God was showing me, you know, for so long now, man, it's been forever, you know, as believers, even I'm guilty myself, you know, we can come into a place of dead faith, right? Where we have faith and we know God is real and we believe God, and we may, you know, say our prayers or whatever and read our word, but we're not putting in no action behind it, right? You're not putting in the work it takes in order to see change and growth actually happen, right? Because change and growth happens, you know, based on action, you know, based on action. It's not based on words. It's not based on, you know, just saying something. You know, how they promote the whole, what do they call that? Law of attraction. No, it's actually the law of action, right? The law of action, right? And that action that you take is based on something that, yes, you may speak in faith. So you got to learn that, you know, every day you need to put some kind of work in, man. I don't care what it is. And when I say work, I don't mean physical work. You know, I don't mean going and clocking in and working 3 jobs. Like, if you got to do that, then, you know, more power to you. But I'm saying putting in work spiritually, man. Just do something positive spiritually every day. Skip 1 meal. You know what I'm saying? Pray 2 times extra than you would normally pray, right? Read 2 more, you know, scriptures than you would normally read, or read 2 more chapters in the, whatever it takes. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make a point. And the reason this is because there is a lot of people who are trying to stop you from breaking this curse off of your bloodline, right? And these people that are being used are inhabited by these dark spirits, these dark principalities who have been here for thousands of years. So they know, you know what I'm saying? They know who's who. And, you know, a lot of the times, you know, through revelation, through prayer, through fasting, through the things I've done in my journey, in my walk, God has revealed to me that this stuff has gone on before we were even able to form a conscious thought, right? I'm talking, this stuff started when we were born. We were, you know, there was a target put on our back by the demonic realm when we were born. You know, some of us were born into demonic families, right? Families that have participated in demonic things, you know. And when I say demonic, I mean witchcraft, I mean false gods, I mean burning incense and sage to false idols, joining certain secret societies and organizations. This stuff is considered demonic, you know, whether people are aware or not. And you as the chosen one, you can see everything for what it is, you know, and God knows this, and God blessed you with this gift, and so does the spiritual realm, you know, and so do others around you. And this is why your walk is so intense at times, where you feel like, you know, no one else has to do the things you may have to do in order to just, you know, elevate or maintain or sustain where you're at in your, you know, growing process or your growth process with God. You know, we have too many lukewarm Christians, and God was showing me this, that yeah, they show up to church every Sunday, they look nice, they smell nice, they may even have a nice personality, it might be a good person, but at the end of the day, they ain't putting in the true work to actually see something change, right? We're here to bring the kingdom back to earth and really bring change and inspire others to bring change through our life, you know. And we got to do this through immense action at times, right? You gotta be completely locked in and zoned in. And it's not, you know, like I said, it's not like God won't give you a break and won't give you rest, won't give you, you know, time to recuperate. But when it's time to put the work in, you better believe that it's going to feel unbearable at times. You may have questions, you may, you know, not even want to get started because of the fact of you may know how intense it can be. But at the end of the day, it's all for the betterment of your good, man, for your spirit, man, not your flesh, but your spirit and your soul, right? The more you do this, though, over time, you're going to realize, you know, some of the things that get added back unto you, you know, like your confidence, man, your skin clearing up. You might start losing weight, you know, you might, just little benefits that come with doing these spiritual practices, such as, you know, fasting, you know, denying yourself, you know, semen retention, reading your word, praying more. You know, the more you pray and the more you see God move in your life, that's also going to build your faith up, and it's going to build your trust and your relationship, and knowing that God has your back and he's protecting you even through, you know, some of the most crazy storms you may face in life, right? With those persecuting you, those doing witchcraft on you, those slandering you, those trying to discredit you, those trying to take away your testimony, everything you have to go through. The more you walk boldly and continue to not give up and pray, you are going to develop that confidence and trust with God, you know. And I was just asking God, I'm like, God, why does it feel like, you know, why does it feel like this walk sometimes is just way more intense for me than it is others? And the reason this is because God sets you apart. You know, he told me, he said, I set you apart, I set many apart. And we all have a specific purpose and calling, and a lot of the times it's attached back to delivering a bloodline, right? Delivering generational curses, being able to break curses, right? And breaking curses takes much more than a prayer every night before bed. You know, you got the demonic realm who's working 24 hours a day, 365, taking no breaks. You got witches up from 3 a.m. till 10 o'clock in the morning doing witchcraft. You got, you know, people really going hard for the kingdom of darkness, and a Christian is viewed by them a lot of the times as a joke because, you know, some of us only pray one time a day. We don't, you know, incorporate fasting. We don't read our word. We just show up to church on Sunday. We look nice. And then, you know, we go right back into whatever it is we do throughout the week. And, you know, God has set apart certain people to set a new standard in what, you know, what it's like to actually walk the walk and talk the talk. And not only that, you know, your blessings and the things that God wants to do for your life come quicker the more you operate, you know, in the spirit and in obedience. Trust and believe that. And it's so much deeper than just materialistic blessings. It's so much deeper than just, you know, elevating, you know, materialistically. You know, there's nothing like having your confidence restored, right? There's nothing like being able to, you know, truly understand and know who God is in your life and who you are to God and who you are to others, right? And be confident in that. Those are huge blessings, man. There's nothing like having discernment. There's nothing like, you know, being able to really just see everything for what it is and stay on the straight and narrow as best as you can. That's some of the biggest blessings you will receive, you know. And the way this happens, like I said, is you got to learn that even though the action that God asks you to take at times may seem like it's too much for you, you can't do it, it's too hard to handle, you know, he will never give you more than you can really, really, truly handle, right? Even if you're telling yourself you can't handle it, God knows what you can and can't handle. And at the end of the day, man, it's to set a new standard, right? It's to show people that obedience to the Most High God pays off in every area of your life. At the end of the day, God is the only solution, God is the only fix, and God is real. He's here, you know what I'm saying? For those who don't believe, and your life can, you know, testify to them. Like I've said in my videos before, I promise you, semen retention, fasting, and reading your word every day, man, and just really just the little fine minor details throughout the day will fix and cure so much within you that, you know, you may think you need help from a doctor or others, you know, to fix these problems. But it's as simple as being obedient to God, repenting, turning to him, laying down your sin, incorporating things that are going to feed your spirit in your everyday life. And that anxiety you face, that depression you face, is it ever going to completely go away? I'm not going to say it is, but is it going to get 90 to 95% better? Yes. You know what I'm saying? That lack of, you know, confidence you have in yourself, or that doubt or that unbelief, whatever it is, those things get restored and added back unto you the more you walk in the spirit, man, the more that you practice this stuff every single day, you know. And I myself, this video is, you know, for others, but this is also for me, because I get into a place where I'm like, I'm so overwhelmed, you know what I'm saying? I feel so overwhelmed, I get so worn out, I get so tired, you know, from just all the work I'm putting in the spirit realm, and having to just, you know, still live and, you know, travel and find a home, you know, and just do everything I gotta do. You know, it can be overwhelming at times, but I just remind myself why I'm doing this, what God revealed to me, why it's, you know, required of me and other chosen ones to have to, you know, go about things a certain way, you know. And a lot of the times the world and those who don't understand, they'll persecute you for it, right? They'll be like, oh, you take life too intense, oh, you're too, you know, whatever, you know, you're weird, you don't celebrate holidays, I think you're just, you know, you're taking things too serious at times, or, you know, you may say, hey, I don't eat that kind of food, and people look at you weird, whatever it may be. You know, this is all part of it, you know, and they don't have to understand it, you know what I'm saying? And it's okay to just remind yourself that everything you're doing is for the betterment of your soul, man. And it's not even about you, right? It's going to affect your life in a positive way, in great ways, right? But at the end of the day, what's going on in your life, what God's doing for you in your life, when you are, you know, walking every day and denying yourself, you are allowing God to use your life to testify to others, right? And that's huge, because that's what it's all about, is inspiring the next person, encouraging the next person, letting your life speak to the next person, so we can start that domino effect, right? And we can start that domino effect, and more people, we see more and more people, you know, be delivered from certain strongholds. We see more and more families, you know, starting to be rooted and grounded and built on Christ, and they may have never been before, or they have been, but it may have been hundreds of years ago, right? And this is why, you know, I just encourage people to stay feeding your spirit. Like I said, even if you are weak right now and you are, you know, you feel like it's unbearable, do one thing every day to feed your spirit. One thing, right? Whatever that may be. Like I said, if you got to pray for 2 more minutes longer than you normally would pray, if you got to read 2 extra scriptures than you would normally read, you know, if you got to, you know, fast for 2 more hours than you would normally fast, just start somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Start with wherever you can start, and gradually over time, you're just going to get, you know, you're going to get more and more encouraged by God, by others as well, and you are going to be able to do it more consistently, right? And some of the prayers, you know, I pray for myself while I'm on this, while I, you know, do these things intensely, like, 18-hour fast, 24-hour fast, 48-hour fast, liquid fast, not, social media breaks, all these things. The thing I pray for, the night before, the day before, is just the strength to be able to rely on God, right? Because this is what we got to do when we are operating like this. We have to have the strength to rely on God when we are denying ourselves, right? Because the minute you start to want to come against your sin and your flesh, you better believe that the enemy is going to be alerted, his camp's going to know what's up, and people are going to start coming at you that have, certain spirits to try to tempt you back into that sin, whether that's lust, whether that's addiction, whether that's whatever it may be. So this is why you should always pray, before, and ask God, please give me the strength I need in order to deny myself today, right? And this will help you over time. And like I said, you're gonna realize as more time goes on, man, that everything that you feel may be too intense for you, not only are others going through it and they are doing it, right, but your life is encouraging, inspiring people to want to take positive action, right? And there's no better feeling than that, at least for me. I want people to take positive action in their life that's going to help change their life, right, forever, and those after them, and that's why I do it. So I don't know, a little vent session. Hopefully this message resonates with somebody else out there. Like I said, I feel like this message was really for me. I like documenting, I always come back to my own stuff at times when I'm in places of doubt, or I just need some encouragement or something like that. I allow the Holy Spirit to speak through me. I pray before every video. So hopefully this message does resonate with someone else out there. If not, hey, just another one for me, a little vent session. I love y'all though. Go stream the new song free. I did that as a little freestyle a couple nights ago, released that. It's pretty, it started as a joke, but it came out pretty cool, pretty fire. It's a different vibe for sure. And for those who know, what flow and beat that is, I took it from the world and I turned it into something that was positive and could feed the spirit and the soul. So y'all go stream that, man. New music video still dropping soon. I'm running behind on editing and all that stuff, but it will be dropping soon. I love y'all. Say a prayer for your brothers and your sisters out here, man. Say a prayer for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Keep everybody you love and yourself protected and covered in the blood. Speak life over yourself and do one thing, man. One thing every day. If that's all you got left in the tank and you feel weak, do one thing every day to feed your spirit, man. One thing every single day and build it up over time. Love y'all. You already know what it is.
Satan plays an enormous role in religion. Find out if Satan has infiltrated.
Pure love sent my way from people who are still not even in relationship with Christ. That says something. Pure love sent my way from people who are still not even in relationship with Christ. That says something. That lets you know the state of Christianity as a whole in 2023. It's a sad reality, but you as the chosen one, you see that, that it's about relationship. It's not about religion, man. What's going on with y'all, fam? We back with another message, back with another video. Y'all tap in, tune in, lock in, hit the subscribe button, smash the like button, press the notification bell so every time I upload, you get notified. You know how these platforms do. I've seen a couple comments saying that you guys are getting unsubscribed and all this stuff. So make sure you hit the notification bell so when I upload, you get notified, man. If you're new to the channel, I thank you for joining the family. I thank you for subscribing to the channel. If you don't know, I am an artist. I have music available on this platform. You just go to my profile, click playlist, and there should be like 70 songs available, including my latest album, Hidden Hills. I appreciate all the love and support on the music, man. That's how God uses me. It's a passion of mine, turned into purpose. I encourage the body that way, give you an alternative to listen to, motivate you, pick you up, you know what I'm saying, when you're feeling down. So y'all hear me out on this message. This is for all the chosen ones out there. I know you guys are going to be able to resonate. We're in the house with it, as you can see. Not sitting out with the beautiful view, taking care of some things in here. So people do not get to dictate who God chooses to bless and use. Man, I could go on. This video could probably be an hour long, right? But you better believe that people do not get to dictate who God chooses to bless and use, chosen one. This is probably 70 to 90% of your warfare is based around the simple fact that people don't like that God chose you. Yes, The Bible is clear and it says that God looks on the heart. A lot of us chosen ones, we come from the darkness. God saves us out of the darkness and brings us into light. A lot of us look like the world. I feel like God is raising people up, right? Including this channel, myself, various people who are tapping into this channel. God is getting ready to raise you guys up
I have no bank account. I just made a meal. Bro, I'm about to hit 11 hours, bro, type shit. I'm gonna break my world right now. This is light work. This is light work. Light work. Light work.
To use you because you are the least likely. You are the one that everybody least expected. Into this channel, God is getting ready to raise you guys up to use you because you are the least likely. You are the one that everybody least expected. And you see, God loves doing this, man. Time and time again, when you read throughout the Bible, God used the one person that everybody said no to. Everybody overlooked. David, prime example. Nobody thought little old David was going to be able to slay Goliath and then become a king. Joseph, right? Spoke about some things. His brothers didn't like it, sold him into slavery. Everything came back full circle, and he reigned over everybody, right? This is why they don't like you, chosen one. They know that God has favor and grace and mercy over your life, but they want to dictate that based on your outward appearance. They want to continuously remind you of who you used to be. A lot of us chosen ones get nitpicked apart, right? Instead of seeing 100 things that we're doing right in this world, a lot of people in your life are going to focus on the 1 or 2 areas that you're still struggling in. See, God doesn't look at you like this. God is working with you diligently behind scenes. He's looking on your heart. These people that persecute you and want to have a say-so on God choosing you, you know, they're looking on the outward, or they understand and they're jealous. Okay, the gifts that got placed within you by the Most High God cannot be stolen by anybody. But guess what? They will try. Let me tell y'all something, man. They will try to steal away what God has placed within you, but it's literally impossible. Like I said, God knows the heart, right? A lot of us, the heart is evil and wicked at best, but a lot of us have pure intentions, right? The Bible talks about the heart being evil and wicked at best, but God understands our intentions, our soul, our motives behind things. These people don't understand it. They have an outside perspective. A lot of these people are based on paperwork, based on knowledge and wisdom, all this outward stuff. How many Bible scriptures do you have memorized? Can you preach? Or you did, right? And they don't understand that God is not looking for that in this season. In seasons that have passed as well, there's been a lot of people that God has pulled straight out of the world that look like me, look like you, right? Tattoos on us, earrings, right?
I don't have none of that, but
could dress and have a unique style to yourself. You can be unique and different, and that's okay. As long as you're remaining obedient to the Most High God and what He's calling you to do in your personal relationship, that's all that matters. I'm just here to remind you, people cannot dictate God choosing you. Don't let these people instill self-doubt because God has chose you and placed gifts within you. You're anointed. You're called. You're chosen, man. You're beautiful inside and out, fearfully and wonderfully made. Okay, no man truly knows another person's relationship with the Most High. And you see, these narcissistic folks in society do not like that. You as the chosen one, you do most of your inner work alone, behind closed doors, in the presence of God. You're not doing it for show. You're not out here trying to get attention. You're not out here, playing church. A lot of us are really about this, and we get what we need to get done with the Most High in His presence and His presence alone. You see, narcissistic folks don't like that because they want control. Like I said, they're going to try to take the gifts that God has placed within you out of you, but it's literally impossible. Your spiritual gifts are your spiritual gifts, right? Your relationship with God is your relationship with God. It's nobody else's. And if they like it or not, it does not matter. People don't get to dictate God picking and choosing somebody to bless somebody. God has a purpose and a plan for every single person's life on this planet. It doesn't matter how dark your past was. It doesn't matter if you're still struggling in sin right now. Okay? None of this stuff matters to God as long as you give Him your yes. If you're willing to give God your yes, that's what matters to Him. He needs a willing and open vessel, right? Your yes is going to be everything. And that's what these people don't want to see for you. They don't want to see God blessing you. They don't want to see God doing a work within you. They don't want you out here using your passion to drive you into purpose, your pain to turn into purpose. They don't want you out here using the talents that you may have. to glorify God, to win souls, right? A lot of books out here being judged by their cover. I am a prime example of this. I feel like, you know, this channel is for the misfits, the rejects, the ones that the church doesn't accept based on our outward. I've been told time and time again, I got to clean up before I enter a church building. They don't understand who I am. Or they do, and they want to make me feel less than. This is how you can feel, chosen one, when you're around other people, right? Religion has got to go. Religious spirits have got to go. We're in a time where religion is crumbling. It's going to crumble to the ground. Everything is going to be so much more supernatural and spiritual. Our relationship with God reflects the supernatural, or it should. Your past has never defined you, but these people will try to make you feel like you're always your past. These are the folks you got to get away from. People who want to constantly remind you of when you fell short, who you used to be, how you used to talk, what you used to do, what you used to like. People that live in a constant state of reminiscing, we're looking forward, right? God says, for I know the plans I have for you, to prosper you, to give you hope in your future. Jeremiah 29:11, man. A lot of us chosen ones are counted out from the start. The black sheep, we got overlooked in every area of life. A lot of people overlook you on purpose too, because you do what you do and you shine bright. People don't like when you shine bright, right? A lot of people want to keep you beneath them. Narcissistic folks, narcissistic religion. There are narcissistic Christians everywhere. They are wearing a mask. They use the word of God to control instead of edify. They use the word of God to manipulate instead of love. Right? These are the folks you don't want to be around. People don't get to dictate who God chooses to use. You see, they wish they could, though. The kingdom of darkness hates it as well, right? Because a lot of us come from that. Like I said, a lot of us were on that side. A lot of us were consumed in our flesh, or we even went as deep as participating in, you know, witchcraft, false God worship, all these things. But God pulled us out. All glory and praise and honor to the Most High. The gifts that he placed within you cannot be taken out of you. These people envy that. You see, and what God does, he starts to do this so he can minister. Like I've said time and time again, he uses you to minister to your enemies. It's not even about you. It's to minister to others, the other people out there who feel rejected, the other people out there who feel alone, the other people out there who've been overlooked. And it's also to minister to the people who overlooked, you know, folks who shun people, who constantly want to remind them and get them to walk in condemnation and make them feel like they need to walk with their head down and feel like they're never going to be good enough for God or for the purpose and calling that he's placed on your life. That's not the truth. God looks at the heart, man. We all have inner work to do. But you see, you as the chosen one, like I said, all it takes is you giving God your yes. That's what he's looking for. If you give God your yes and you're willing to do the work, man, nobody can take that from you. Nobody can take your relationship away from God. Don't let nobody dictate that about you. A lot of people will criticize every single thing you do when you choose to walk with the Most High God. You can't do this, can't do that, can't do this, can't do that, can't do this, can't. People are overly religious, man. Get away from the overly religious folks. I myself was groomed early on as a baby in Christ. I was around some super religious folks who were narcissistic and they wanted control. This is the people that we have got to avoid. You are going to encounter them, though. A lot of us can't find a church building for these reasons. A lot of us walk into certain places and they are jealous of the gifts that are placed within you, but they'll still overlook you and shun you. They'll still not, you know, want to give you just due for who you are and what you're becoming in Christ. They don't like it. There's something that's within you that's great, man. They cannot steal it no matter what they try and do. A lot of us have a lot of knowledge, man. A lot of us out here are good looking as well. That has nothing to do with it, but that just makes it even worse, right? You take care of your health, chosen one. That's a must and a given. They don't want you out here. The enemy and his people and these demons don't want you out here shining bright, looking good, feeling good, walking righteously, walking in purpose.
Big fact.
Confidently understanding who Christ is in your life and the calling he's placed on you. They don't want this for you, man.
On God.
A lot of us get counted out. Like I said, counted out from the start. Overlooked, just like David was. David was in a lineup, man.
From the start, bro. It's just weird, bro. It's weird how people be doing it and be playing it. You know, trying to make you feel this type of way. I just want people to know that it's a lie. You feel me? He's not the author of lies. You feel me? It's all to steal, kill, and destroy, man. It's sad. It's sad to the extent that I know people went to try to just make me feel how they feel from when I'm around, right? Insecure, you feel me? Unconfident, powerless, whatever, you feel me? And I'm not even doing nothing. That just shows that that's just naturally how I am, you feel me? And I'm trying to tell you, like, from school, I always knew something was up, bro. From school, they passed me up on a lot of different things. They overlooked me for a lot of different things. They tried to discredit me when I was the only person putting in the work. I wasn't perfect, bro, but at least I tried. But in school, they don't want that. They don't want you to do nothing. They want you to just to sit there, shut up, and listen. And feed into their bullshit. You feel me? Eat their bullshit. You feel me?
It's just like when you're in school, you know, recess, whatever.
Oh, see, is that a coincidence?
Playing a sport, and you get picked last. That's how a lot of you guys may feel in life. But it's okay, because God saves you and He preserves you, and He
the first will be last, and the last shall be first. Just remember that.
Works with you in a secret place, and there's nothing more potent than that.
Right.
And when it's your time to step out and shine, guess what? Nobody can stop it. You got to get away from the Pharisees, man. These overly religious folks who make you feel like you can't do nothing in life. You're not even allowed to have clean fun. You're not allowed to be joyful, happy. You got to always think about, you know, just this super deep stuff that's gonna cause you to walk with your head down. They want to remind you of your past, remind you how you're not perfect. God did not call us to be perfect. We need Christ because He was perfect, right? This does not make us you know, willingly sin. No, but you live your life, and you let God use you in every area of your life. Don't let these people take that away from you based on their judgment and based on their perception of you. They have a perspective, right? And you and God have your own thing going on. And if they don't like it, you know what I'm saying? Get rid of these folks. Get away from them. A lot of people project onto you. A lot of people are secretly jealous of you, especially when you get success. It's all about success, because you can do something and not be successful when people really won't care. But the minute you start to obtain success, like I said, love turns into envy overnight, man. People can love you when you're at the bottom. You're broken. You're still in an identity crisis. You don't understand still. You're trying to figure things out. People are still able to manipulate you, control you. You know, you're gullible. People still love you at that point. But once you set boundaries, once you step into who God has called you to be, and you start to elevate mentally, spiritually, physically, financially, whatever it may look like, that's when you notice people start switching up. It's because they don't want to see the success. They don't want to see you walk in the blessings of God. They want to convince you that everything in this physical, it ties back to them and how they can dictate, and they can you know, dictate who gets what when, who's allowed to preach, who's allowed to teach. No, who's allowed to walk with God? God will use you, man. If you answer that call and you give Him your yes, that's all that matters. And I'm just here to remind you of that. Look at me on the outside, right? Nobody would expect me. I know that I shock people all the time. Nobody expects me to, you know, preach about God or talk about, you know, repentance and talk about NoFap and celibacy and fasting and all these things based on the way I look. You know, a lot of people do this to you as well, chosen one. I know you can relate. People do not get to dictate who you are inside and who you are in the spirit and what your relationship is like with God. No man really knows your relationship with God, whether they want to say they do or not. Just because you don't have this and don't have the, you know, you're not qualified, you don't have the degrees, and you don't have the suit and the tie, and you don't have the family, the church background. It doesn't matter, man. You're the curse breaker. You were sent here to break the curse over your bloodline, right? It might be a little bit uglier than most people's walks. It might be a little bit, you know, I like to say nitty and gritty, right? It might not make sense. It's not supposed to.
I need to take a break. I'm sorry. I need to take a break real quick. Turn up, click the dog. Turn it up, dog. Turn it up.